it's time for us to start the third cave. Alright, that's the end of the stream. Good night, everybody.
What, was that a reference to something?
No, that was a reference to the fact that my throat got clogged up in the middle of speaking.
Oh, I thought that was a bit.
No. Alright, Alright. Episode 3, Case 3, whatever. Turnabout Serenade. Let me just pull this up real quick just to see the preview picture again.
Is that the preview picture? Because that's just the one you said is the thing. Oh, I guess it is. Never mind.
Well, okay. Well, yeah, it is. But, yeah, so we've got a fortune teller, we've got Clavier, we've got a broken, burned guitar, we've got Mondo from Danganronpa, and we've got someone who's doing the whole rockstar thing of picking up the microphone stand and leaning down at like a 90-degree angle to scream into it that I have never seen in real life.
I think that's called dipping.
Dabbing? Okay. Alright. Let's begin. Also, there's a new channel point reward for these streams. You can now spend 500 candles to make us present our badge. Oh. Let's rock! Roar! Woo! Hi! We love you!
Wait, why was the vocalist on there twice and not the other guitar person?
Rock on, everyone! This party's not over yet! Get out your handkerchiefs for our special guest! That's right, baby! The night's just getting started! Thank you for coming to the Gaviner's Guilty as Charged tour. This ends the first part of tonight's show. There will now be a 20-minute intermission. Well, you heard him, everybody. Time for a 20-minute intermission. Anyway, July 7th,
Bad Badger.
July 7th, 8:05.
Sorry, that's not the Bad Badger, that's a regular Badger. That's the Blue Badger.
Blue Badger. Backstage hallway. This is so cool! Us at a Gaviner's concert!
Did you say something? My ears are still ringing.
I think he's supposed to be yelling that one.
Gaviner's putting the sick back in music.
Well, I thought... Is that a compliment? I guess. Well, I thought Mr. Gavin was really nice. Sending us those tickets at 20% off. They're hard to get a hold of, you know.
When you invite people to a concert, it's usually free.
Let's head to his dressing room, Apollo. You know, like we're a couple of VIPs. I've always dreamed of being a VIP at a Gaviner's show.
Trissy? You didn't know who Prosecutor Gavin was before that case. What kind of fan doesn't know the lead vocalist's name that is also the freaking name of the band?
This guy is like a prince. Javier. Okay. Yeah, but I'm a girl.
You know what? Fair argument.
I'm supposed to swoon over Gods of Rock.
Your argument is losing steam. God awful, maybe.
Not seen her do this pose before. She's like breaking her wrist to do that, Jesus. I bought all their stuff on the way home from the trial. I got 12 Gaviner's albums and 15 concert videos. I mean, considering she's apparently she's keeping the entire, like, agency afloat with magic shows, so...
There's quite a bit of impulse shopping.
I got an advance on my next 15 years worth of allowance.
For Mr. Wright, that sounds like a real act of generosity. Who'd have imagined me here? At a Gaviner's concert, watching Prosecutor Gavin rock. To be honest, the expertise perception is really working against me here. But he was also kind of cool, and I'm kind of envious. Not that I'd ever admit that to Trucy.
There's nothing worse than someone you hate doing something that actually impresses you. Oh my god, they decapitated a policeman! Yield! Is that a toaster?
That is a very unfortunately placed red ball in the top of the picture.
Why? It looked like a disco ball.
It's between that and the chains that look like they're attached to it.
I'm asexual. I genuinely don't know what you're getting at.
It looks like a ball gag.
Looks like a clown nose to me.
Jacob Baker, BDSM.
Yeah. Also, is that a toaster? Like between the two mirrors?
No, that's a bag.
It looks like a toaster.
That's a bag, dude.
I think it's a toaster.
Oh my god,
the guitar on the left! The guitar on the left is the Bad Badger.
Yep. Now the real question is, though, are the two things, 3 items to the right of said bag, makeup poofs or muffins?
I'm a fan of scented candles that still have the lid on.
But what's the point then? I was distracted by the cookies.
You made it just in time for the cookies. Mr. Gavin, thanks so much for the tickets.
Why do you have a Nintendo Power Glove?
Why not?
Fair. And the invoice you sent along with them.
You were incredible up on stage, Mr. Gavin. Nothing like music to brighten the mood after a trial, James. And we're almost ready for our next act. I'm looking
Can I make
forward
a small
to it myself.
request for your... No, not again.
The mirrors that... Jammer Lammy's singing, right? The siren of the ballad? Max, for fuck's sake, look it up. What, the name? Lamiror. Well, the first thing that comes up is the Ace Attorney wiki page, so I'm gonna not look at that because spoilers. Ryan, are you there? Oh, did his power flicker again? He had before we started, he was having a power flickering. Maybe it happened again. Okay, hang on.
So he's a mirror? The mirror is going to sing next.
Yeah, I couldn't figure out how to say it. I went and Googled the name, and the first thing that came up was their page on the Ace Attorney wiki, so I instantly closed the tab. It was like, no spoilers! Guess I'm not gonna figure out how to pronounce it, but Sylvia confirmed in chat, Lamiror, I guess. The mirror is conflicted. It is literally French for the mirror. Sylvia, what gives you the impression I know French? Alright. Ready to keep going, Rhino?
Yeah, give it a shot.
Alright.
See if anything else happens.
Alright. Well, it's your line.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That flyer said she flew all the way over for this show.
That's right! I happened to catch her show while overseas. Well, you're Canadian, but still. Cool. So living in Canada means I instantly know French. Great. Cool. Yeah, no. Her voice is divine. I knew I had to invite her to perform with us. The Miroir says...
It's a third-person speaker.
Ah. You praise me too high.
Or they have a translator.
Oh, nope, never mind.
As like I said, or they have a translator.
Well, oh, no, that's you.
Whoa, who's this guy? He's huge.
Allow me to introduce Mr. Romaine Lettuce. Mr. Romaine Lettuce.
They're making it easy this time.
Le Miroir's manager. Enter interpreter, incidentally.
It is a great honor for us to be here. And a great honor for Le Miroir to be heard in this country.
Wingdings!
That wingting. I wish I could understand it. It's beautiful. Now, is that racist?
Ooh, it's Le Miroir! I'm actually meeting Le Miroir!
Le Miroir, whose name I'm going to be very tired of saying. Mysterious Songstress, who has a Y on her kerchief. I don't know the official title for that.
Veil, I
That
think.
article.
I think that's a veil.
Alright. Her quiet, deep song glides through the air, lilting above a sparse but elegant piano accompaniment. Now this is music. She's a real artist. The Miroir says, "We have long looked forward to this joint performance."
Get that bot, please.
What the hell? Why can't I...
Here, I'll get it.
Hold on.
Check your settings. Maybe something got turned off.
Very potentially. Let me double check.
Ah, Le Miroir, your voice. It is art. How do you do today? You good, Rhino?
1 second. Let me refresh.
Okay.
You're probably gonna have to ban it though because it's not showing like the retroactive ones.
I already did.
I'll know whenever someone else chats if it's working. Yep, it's working.
Okay.
Alright, I guess I got out of mod view somehow.
Yeah.
Alright. Yet without his piano to guide me, it is but a voice.
Oh.
Hey, a twink!
My people!
I see this kid somewhere before.
He plays piano at all of the Miroir's concerts. Alright, Rhino, that kid. Murder victim, murder suspect, or murderer. He's gonna be one of the three. Which one is it?
Victim.
You think they're gonna kill a kid?
Have they not before?
I don't think so. Not like,
not because we saw Le Miroir in the little preview thing, and she was still alive. It's only a guess.
He's cute, and he's a really good penis. I know what I said. I just had to get one out there.
Good pianists are a dying breed, I hear. Allow me to introduce Maki Tabai. He is blind.
Machi Tabai. Try to figure. I don't know if I get that one. Unless it's like much to buy or something. I don't know.
This is why he never strays far from Le Miroir. They are always together. Like characters from some fairy tale.
Miroir is so... what's the word? Exotic! And mysterious.
She does seem quite pretty, at least her eyes do.
Hers is a kind of sightseeing musique. Huh? She travels the globe, putting the sights she sees into song. Even though her appearance and voice are exotic, her songs remind us of something close and warm. Sights into song? That's so poetic. She was gracious enough to put music to my lyrics tonight. The guitar's Serenade. I hope you enjoy it. I can't wait. And now it is time. For the next part, we're giving the Gaviners hard rock a little rest. Le Miroir, the stage is yours. A boopity boopity doo doo.
The band members will not play during the Miroir's ballad. Only Maki's tender tones and the Miroir's dulcet voice.
And my guitar, of course. Woohoo! Nights like this make it all worthwhile, you know.
I should have learned to play the guitar. There's not much romance in chords of steel.
Shall we hit the stage then? Good luck, Mr. Gavin. Take care your hearts aren't stolen away, James.
Okay, anyway, what I was going to say before the power outage was, whenever you say James, can I request that you say it like James says his name during the Team Rocket intro?
James.
It's only a slight difference, but it amuses me.
Depending on which Team Rocket model they're doing, sometimes he'll go, James.
What?
Have you ever seen the episode?
I know they cross-dress, but I never knew they cross-dress during the intro.
I think they probably have at least once. Because they usually throw off their disguises during the intro. Anyway. Let's get back to the concert hall, Polly. Then we can witness the murder.
I do not agree with this name.
Sugar, sugar. Oh, honey, honey. Oh.
A song about a prostitute.
I'm not singing this because I can't sing.
Your beat boop translation may have been right on.
God, this is fully animated.
3D Gavin.
Oh, and
What?
she's gone. Gavin's like, I am the star now!
She was a ghost.
Holy... Nope. I genuinely couldn't tell if that part was intentional. Oh, there she is. Whoa.
I mean, impressive visuals. I don't think that was intended. I don't think so. Not with him going on like he is. What's that on the ground?
Looks like a headpiece of, like, security would wear. Wow, wasn't Le Miroir amazing? I even cried a little.
I was surprised Prosecutor Gavin actually burned his guitar.
Yeah, that even surprised me, and I'm a magician. What a production.
What a destruction.
There was a lot of kind of, like, magic trick in that performance, huh?
I don't think Prosecutor Gavin was expecting it either, oddly. Looked as surprised as I was.
Is that what they call risking life and limb for art? I think
No, that's bungee jumping painting.
I think he's my new hero.
Stroke. Not sure I'd call that art.
Well, what are we doing here? Let's get going to Mr. Gavin's dressing room. There's 20 minutes to the last part of the show.
How many breaks does this band need?
I mean, that was like a 2-hour performance, apparently, considering it's 9 p.m. and it was 7 p.m. last time.
They may not be cookies. I'm having trouble telling.
We're, what, on the table there? No, that's like a stew.
Yeah.
Oh, he's mad!
Damn, that's the first time we've seen him flustered.
What the heck was that? I was never consulted about it! Sorry, Mr. Gavin. You could be staff.
Sorry, Mr. Gavin, sir. I asked the man in charge.
I play new rock, not great balls of fire! Speaking of fire, I have a good mind to fire whoever's responsible!
Good thing I'm just a male guy.
Apollo Justice! Were you the one who tried to torch me?
Hey. No.
So much for risking your life for art. The guitar's Serenade is ruined! Ruined! Well, let's try to talk to him at least.
Not sure that's the best move right now. Alright, so...
Apollo, where do you think you're going?
Sorry, Discord had a hiccup there. So anyway, random theory time. I think blind... Are you ready? Can I do it? Can I do it now?
Yes. Sorry.
Okay. I think Blind Child set fire to the guitar because he didn't want it playing during the Miroir's song.
Maybe. I currently don't know where this is gonna go. If this leads to, like, he can't do, like... Oh, but wait, hang on! The guitar is crying now!
No!
My brother. If this leads to, like... I mean, we're probably... This is one of those cases where, like, I'm making a theory, even though we're probably about to find out the answer. If this leads to him being like, we can't do the last part of the performance now, and so Le Miroir is going to, like, cover the final part of the performance instead, I feel like this is a ploy by the murderer to set up Le Miroir in a spot to be killed or something.
Be elaborate, but it can happen.
I feel like it would not be that elaborate compared to some of the other murders we've seen in this game, or these games.
The real question is, will someone accidentally nudge that tissue box off the table?
Probably.
Alright then.
The flaming guitar! I mean, the guitar, that wasn't part of the act? Part of the act? Who'd burn up a guitar on purpose? But it worked really well with the lyrics just then. Burning on in my heart, fire, burn my love away, all away. Wait, you think the audience thought it was...
Sounds like it got lucky.
They probably thought it was part of the act. At least I did.
He got lucky and he didn't even realize it.
Anyway, that guitar was the Ferrari of guitars! The Guitari, you might say! All the speed, all the sound, and all the price! If I burned one of those at every show, I'd go broke!
Unusually frugal for a rock band.
Try saying that to Mr. Gavin. Achoo! Oh wait, no, right, I'm doing names for him, right? Archie! Today's been one disaster after another! My hog won't run, my guitar case is broken. Daddy told me
Guitar case is broken?
Daddy told me there'd be days like these. Song. Wasn't Le Miroir's song incredible? You worked on it too, right, Mr. Gavin? Ah, yes, thanks. It was a collaboration. I wrote the lyrics and she wrote the melody. You know, I was surprised she could sing in English. I'm sure she practiced a long time for this day. Ah, here. Alright, immediately first thing I did was read the first letter of each line to see if it spelled a secret message. It does not.
Okay.
Unless that's
What's
secret.
this?
Unless that secret message is Som Pabia. A lyric sheet. It's yours. Signed by myself and Lemiroir. Yippee! Thanks so much!
That'll be $300.
I'll bring Japan.
All I ever get is 300,000 yen. All I ever get to sign are client defense agreements.
Almost time for the third act of the night. Oh, there's more?
So, wait, if we're in Japanifornia, are they like yellers?
I love that movie, Old Yeller, where they go out and shoot money in the backyard. What about Den? No. You know what? Let's see. America, Japan. Kind of in between the two of them is probably, like, Europe. So let's just say it's pounds. Split the difference.
Only if you go one way, but...
Yeah, but look. Oh, soundboard redeem. Very fitting one.
Objection!
Also, we have to present our badge next chance we get. Yes, Lemiroir's part is done. Now it's time for us to drop our groove again. James. Hope you're ready to catch it. Woohoo! Ready, Apollo?
I think I'll pass.
Eh?
I like the bit with Lemiroir. But the rest could use a volume knob turned way down.
Apollo, you're getting old.
Does 22 qualify as old to a 15-year-old?
Yes. Well, I'm going. Let the old folks rest backstage. James. Time to rock.
You're older than I am.
James. I'm Jamesing out now. Alright, let's see.
It's not a guitar. Design is that character I saw in the hallway, but with sunglasses. What a strange mascot. Looks like he's crying. Since when was rock about crying? They should name this guy Emo. That police officer looks ready to rock. Some kids must see this and actually want to be cops. Somehow I don't think a rocking defense attorney would work too well. An old-fashioned speaker hangs from the ceiling. Must be to monitor what's happening out on stage. I think we have the same kind for my school's PA system.
Alright, the ball gag.
Chains dangle from the ceiling. Not glamorous, but I bet Detective Sky'd have something to say about them. A police uniform. Next to it is a policeman's hat and a pair of handcuffs. Guess the band is really into the police. Must be Prosecutor Gavin's bad influence. I thought rock and roll was all about being rebellious. But they're rebelling against being rebellious by instead working for the man.
Haha.
A postcard of the Miroir. Can't read a single word of the sentence at the bottom. Juicy might want one of these. I'll show it to her next time we're here.
Stew.
A delicious bowl of stew. Made of plastic. Is all food in this game going to be fake?
The noodles were real, we assume.
The bottom of the bowl has a G on it. They sell these at concerts. Whatever happened to t-shirts? There's graffiti on the mirror in lipstick. Wait, but the Gaviniers are all guys. Hey, Prosecutor Gavin wears lipstick? That guitar looks like it was made out of a cop car door. Oh, that's right. Trucy's not here to set me straight. Now I feel kind of lonely.
Should have looked at all this beforehand. Alright. Oh!
Oh, she's gonna be in this a lot. Alright,
I mean, I figured she was replacing Gumshoe.
Hey, it's you, that right kid. I'm just gonna give her neutral female voice then. Detective Sky. I'll let that right kid business pass. Call me Emma. There's no need for titles once you've shared a bottle of fingerprint powder. Munchity 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 munch.
Nom nom nom.
Well, that's a new one.
Nom 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 nom.
So, why are you here?
Nom 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 nom.
I don't remember her being this snackish when she was younger. You know what? Fair enough. Isn't it obvious? I'm snacking.
Nom 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 nom.
You think I want to be here? Me, in charge of security in this pit? But you're head of... How? Did something happen? There's no knowing what that glimmerous fop. Apparently, he's all upset because something was stolen. He wanted security back here during the concert. Sunflower seeds are fairly addicting, Sylvia. From my experience. When does he get off acting like he's some big rock star? He is. Hey, you listening to me? Sadly, yes. So, where's this door here lead to? This one, that's the Mirwar's dressing room. Don't even think of going in there unless you want a piece of Snackoo'd in your face.
Is that a sausage?
I was about to say, is that a Vienna sausage? Is she ever in a good mood, I wonder?
Alright, first things first.
Emma, could you take a look at this? What do you think? Must be a bottomless bag of snacks.
Alright. Hang on, let's look around out here real quick.
Headset. It's a pretty sturdy looking box. Alright, so that's going to be the key to the case.
Yeah, we know how this goes.
Yep. The box!
The box!
Maybe it's an instrument case. There's a guitar next to it. Don't even think about taking that. I don't think I could even carry it.
Katonk!
She Snackoo'd me. A Gaviner's Guilty as Charged tour poster. They're plastered all over the place. It's annoying. Well, this is the concert venue. Makes sense. Why? Everyone here is already here. That is something that I've wondered sometimes. Like, why do you post all your merch in the area of the people running the place? I get maybe it's for, like, the vibe, but it's just like, they know they're here.
Yeah?
Why? Everyone here is already here. Why advertise to them? People like to see the poster at the concert. It's part of the experience. Oh, you know what? Maybe it's for the VIPs.
That makes sense.
Do you have to find fault with everything I say? You could stop talking.
Katonk!
Stop snackooing me. Come to think of it, I am a little thirsty. I was about to say, am I gonna get accused of stealing from the vending machine? I'll have some tea. I think I'll get a water. I'll have tea. Good for you. Want tea so bad? Go buy it yourself.
Katonk!
Stop snackooing me. What do you think, Snackoo or Snackoo? I think Snackoo. It's more impactful. I'll take a tea. Good for you. What's that odd-looking doll over there? Oh, that's the blue Roger. Did you try either talking or munching, but not both? Chooses munching. Stop snackooing me. Serves me right. What? Sorry, I don't speak Snackoo'd. Discord had a hiccup during that. It made it very hard to understand what she was saying.
Yeah, I could tell. But, right. Headset.
What's this? Some kind of headset earpiece? Why would someone leave this in the hallway? Maybe Lemiro's bodyguard dropped it. Emma! Will you stop eating those snacks for 1 second and listen? Huh, you think you're going to pull me away from my snacks just to hear you mumbling on and on about whatever? You're going to be sorely disappointed. Looks like I heard to stop munching.
Hey, she didn't Snackoo you.
For once. So this is Lemiro's dressing room. You even think about going in there, I'll...
Bang!
Whoa!
Bang!
Was that the world's largest Snackoo? And someone venting to get away? Something's going on. You, out of my way! Emma? Lemire! Oh, is that her siren sound? Lemire. It's not locked. I'm going in. Why wouldn't they lock it if they were going to murder someone in there? Ooh, confetti. Sorry.
Streamers.
What are they called? Streamers. Right, like
That's
you.
me. Yeah, that's like me. I'm hanging from the ceiling. Ow.
Also, hell of impact shots on that wall. That or it's a shitty wall. It's that awful oh, it's the concert.
No! No!
Oh.
Not lettuce man!
No! It's Lemiro's manager / translator, Mr. What's his name?
Lettuce, no!
I know what happened. Someone must have opened that tiny window that says do not open. And thus they died. The two! Oh no! Hey you! Don't you fucking blame me for this. Me? Watch this room for me. I had to call for backup. Okay, good. We weren't blamed for the murder.
The murder that happened while she was watching us.
They've done more ridiculous. Right, understood. Let me make sure no one comes in, right? And don't touch anything. I'll be right back. I'm gonna touch so many things. What's going on? I just talked to him and now...
Oh.
He's alive. Damn. Mr. Latouche, can you hear me? Shot. No shit. I was shot. Yes, I assumed. Who shot you? I don't know. Ask. Ask what? Ask witness. There was a witness? Who? Cold. So cold. Not gonna say anything useful. Cole, don't worry. You're gonna be fine. Help is on the way. Can't see. Hang in there, Mr. Latouche. Tell me, who was the witness? Witness is Siren. Siren? I assume I need to repeat it.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. Siren? How can a siren witness anything? They're in the ocean. Mr. Latouche! Hey, Emma, what was that? Who's there? What's wrong? Emma, did you see anyone just now? No? I could have sworn I heard a door close. Concert's been canceled. Backup's on its way. Is Mr. Latouche? He's dead, isn't he? It's terrible. I lost him. Romain Latouche, shot. I heard his last words.
So cold.
They were not, only half of them were helpful. The witness is the siren, whatever that means. Can I just drop a name?
Hang on. Shot. Ask witness. So cold. I have a theory.
What's the kid's name?
Maki or something? Machi? The fact that he...
Oh, okay.
The fact that he randomly said can't see... I'm wondering if maybe the witness is actually that kid.
Why would he say the witness is siren then?
I don't know. Maybe the kid
None
is
of the
actually...
kid's name could even be like cut off to make that.
I don't think any of them could be. Hang on. Okay. Well, Lemiroir is Siren of the Ballad.
Well, there you go. All right.
Yeah,
So Lemiroir was the witness, but sadly he was the one who could translate.
Yeah. The fact that he mentioned can't see.
I think the kid shot him.
Well, he said he didn't see who shot him. He said he doesn't know. Hang on. I think he did. Yeah, who shot you? I don't know. Ask witness. Cold, so cold, can't see. Witness is siren.
I guess siren's a hell of a lot easier to say than Lemiroir's name. It's a shark.
Wait, is this the guy that has like Mondo's hairstyle?
Maybe we haven't seen the side profile.
The venue's locked down. We took names and addresses before letting the crowd go.
Then I put on my shark onesie.
Good work, Darian. Good work putting on that onesie all by yourself. I'll let you know if I find out anything about the victim. Later. It's investigation time, then. James Franklin Detective.
Ah, my favorite Ace Attorney character, James Franklin Detective. I don't need some rock and rolling prosecutor to tell me that.
One request I must make. Tell no one, on staff or otherwise, anything of this. Ooh, a gag order. No word gets out, other than that Mr. Latouche is dead. No word of the cause of death, or of the murder.
Tell no one, not even Lemiroir.
Not even her. We must keep everything under wraps. Oh,
Well, that's going to make it difficult to ask her to be a witness.
one other thing. I'll need your signature on this, Herbert Forehead. Yours too, Franklin.
On that, an investigation request?
Why just us?
Why just...
That's me. You two are civilians. It's standard procedure.
So are you. Right? Or is Apollo still not technically a defense attorney?
I think he is. I think Clavier in this situation, Clavier counts as a civilian, but this is like him. I think maybe this is like him officially getting us to investigate or something. Or maybe he
I guess
already.
this is so we don't have to keep jumping through hoops to be led into places like we had to last case.
Also, he might have already signed one, and he's just giving us one as well.
Oh, well, thanks, dude. That should be okay to sign, I think.
Maybe
Also, it gives me your soul. Damn it.
Information concerning the crime to be restricted to police and related parties. Oh, so it's basically just so
The written thing of what he said.
Yeah. Professor Gavin's investigation request signed with great reluctance. Right, well, get started with the investigation.
I'm on it already, God.
And don't Snackoo'd the
My
corpse!
Snackoo's him.
One tip
I'll
for you.
Snackoo who I want to Snackoo. Huh? Wait, what, me?
Yes, I'll Snackoo you! Katonk. Try not to get in the Franklin detective's way. She's in a foul mood today, and every day. She's kind of just a bitch.
Gee, I wonder why.
This reminds me of one of my favorite Team Rocket mottos was where like they started doing it and, like they're using different lines because of the situation where because of like some powder or something like that they were like really itchy and scratching themselves. And I think it was Jesse says like, "Prepare for trouble and all. Prepare for trouble. We must stop this itching." And James goes in. "We might finally stop all of Jesse's complaining."
Shine your shoes, wipe your face. We were all questioned as witnesses. And now none of us can go home. We'll investigate, alright? Our way. Randomly picking up bullshit.
Somehow, I don't see us getting back to that crime scene anytime soon.
Still can't believe I was there when it happened.
I didn't even have time to talk to Emma because I was just looking at everything. I thought talking to Emma would progress things. Game can't make up its mind.
Not an experience I care to repeat anytime soon.
Good news! You're in the Ace Attorney universe. You're going to be present for, like, every murder.
I think one of the other series in this, I only saw like a brief bit of it, but it was like the whole thing about that one is that the defense attorney is the one accused of murder every time because he's technically a minor.
I'm sorry?
So he wouldn't be able to be a defense attorney if he wasn't representing himself.
Oh, okay. No, I thought you meant minor as in, like, yearn for the mine sort of thing. And I was like, what does that have to do with anything?
Not again, it's happening again.
Oh. Rhino, you alright? Rhino?
I said I don't know how to report what is essentially a brownout.
Alright. Let's keep going for now. This is no time for navel gazing. Let's crack this case.
I worry about Trucy. She seems to have a very loose idea of what it means to be an attorney. Of course, it's not surprising, considering who her father is.
Something the matter?
No, let's get cracking.
Don't make me snackoo you.
I'm the only one who was there. Only one who heard Mr. Latouse's last words.
Witness. Siren.
First order of business is to find out what he meant by siren.
Really, Apollo?
Uh,
What the? What's that? Looks like some kind of future phone.
it's a transceiver. It's called a headset.
What's a headset doing on the floor? I really thought she was just be like, what's a headset? Wait, do you think Mr. Latouche might have been wearing it? Like one of those bodyguards?
I don't think he was wearing one when we first met. The LED on this thing is lit. Must be on.
Lit, fam. Oh, don't even get that in the... Okay.
It's like an instrument case. A big instrument case.
There's a great magic trick you could do with one of these.
Huh? What kind?
The miraculous beautiful girl escapes the case illusion.
So it's the girl who's miraculous, not the escape.
So picky.
Concert poster for the Guilty as Charged tour.
I love that name. Guilty as charged.
Seems kind of negative to me.
Well, why don't we do the opposite? Magician Drusy presents the Innocent as Charged tour.
Kind of loses the impact, doesn't it?
I'm thirsty, Apollo.
Want something to drink?
How about this one? A Steel Samurai soda.
Now in real steel flavor.
Huh?
Here, my treat.
Hey, this isn't enough change.
The machines outside are cheaper. This one is highway robbery.
That's the Blue Badger, the police mascot.
Does the Blue Badger have something to do with the band?
Well, yeah. The Blue Badger is the Gavin Nurse's mascot, too.
Go figure.
Think of those things fly off the shelves.
I'll have to take a closer look at one someday.
Alright, I think we've looked at everything at this point. Aside from the rooms.
That's the Gaviner's dressing room. Crime scene was the Miroir's dressing room. Next door.
Never know where clues might be hiding, Apollo. Let's case this joint.
After you, true CPI. The Miroir's dressing room.
The scene of the crime.
I'm not supposed to go in there.
But aren't we involved? Aren't we duty-bound to investigate?
Sadly, no. Though the situation being what it is, now may be our best chance to do some snooping.
Alright. Guess that unlocked them. Okay. Oh, the stage as well. Go here first. Huh. Looks like nobody's here.
Prosecutor Gavin's probably busy with the case, too. No rest for the wicked.
No rest for us either, Apollo. Let's get rocking! Rock, rock! Apollo, paper, I win. Look! It's a postcard of Le Miroir!
What are these letters at the bottom? I've never seen them before.
Must be her native tongue. Borginian.
Borginian, huh? I thought she spoke wingdings.
Wingdings is Borginian for Borginian.
Those are some pretty heavy-duty gloves. Maybe they have to carry around hot pots or something?
You're a little thick. I couldn't even stuff a pigeon in those.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Why is that plastic bowl of stew sitting there?
Maybe they use it for interrogating bad guys. Fess up to what you did and we'll let you eat that stew!
That's just mean.
It gets worse! See, if the bad guy confesses, they say, okay, eat it! If you can! See, it's made of plastic! It's like you don't know which ones are the real bad guys!
I think you need to take a deep breath, Trucy.
Fake stew! Ooh, a cruiser guitar! They sold those to commemorate 5 years of the band!
Rocking it hard under the speed limit.
There's a cruiser bass, and a cruiser drum set, and a cruiser keyboard. Even a cruiser whistle.
I'm not so sure about that last one.
It's for blowing the whistle on criminals.
I don't think that requires an actual whistle, Trucy.
Well, it should.
Someone drew the Governor's mark in lipstick here.
Lipstick. I'd like to wear lipstick someday.
Oh, you don't use lipstick yet, Trucy.
And he won't let me. Not until I learn to play piano, he says.
You've been waiting a long time then, I'm afraid. A police uniform hangs on the stand here.
Ooh, I want to try it on. Nothing to see here. Move along.
It's okay, you don't have to go that far to be special. I mean, you're not exactly the type who's just another face in the crowd.
Really? You think so? I guess you're right.
I feel like a meanie for making that insinuation.
And poster?
What's a police recruitment poster doing here? Rock on with the police.
Maybe they're trying to trick kids into thinking the police are some kind of band.
That's just silly. Who'd name a band the Police?
And guitar. That guitar! That's the legendary AA400! The Red Badger!
I thought rock was supposed to be rebellious, not civic.
Every aspiring guitarist wants one of these. They even paint their own guitars to look like it.
Ah, the fickleness of youth.
You should dye your hair badger red, too.
I like my hair the way it is. Thank you very much.
Ah, the stubbornness of age!
The place is decorated like a high school dance. Though I think our decorations were paper, not chains.
Governors are into chains. It's part of their image.
Huh, no kidding.
Ever since they used chains on the cover art for Gonna Lock You Up.
Really into the whole police thing, aren't they?
It'd be cooler if they turned that red light on. Is that a red light? I thought it was like a balloon.
They don't have to turn on the red light. Hey, we got in. Imagine that. Oh, it's you. I figured you'd come. You have to let us investigate the scene, please. You're attorneys, no? Shouldn't you wait until you have a client? The Juice did tell me to ask the witness, the siren. With his dying breath, no less. Doesn't that count? Glare at me all you want, you'll get no snacks from me.
Please! Think of poor Lemiroir!
Oh well, I suppose. You did find the body with me. Great, let's get to it.
Right!
Just try not to touch anything. She's letting us look, and she's not munching her snacks. This bodes well. There are clues here. I can feel it. Leave no hanger unhung, no spot unspotted.
And no talking untalked. The victim.
Mr. Romain Latouche, wasn't it? He was the Miroir's manager and interpreter, apparently. This was his first time in the country.
I guess he didn't know many people here.
Doesn't seem likely. Nor can I think of anyone with a motive to murder him. Except for one person, of course.
One person? Who?
The Miroir. No one here might have had a motive, but she's from...
What are you talking about?
Hey, it was Emma's idea. I said nothing. Always with the snacks.
He's a big man. Or was. I don't think even I would win in a fight with him.
Which is why whoever it was used a revolver, I'm guessing. We sent a request to the Borginian embassy for more info on him.
The crime.
Oh, you and I know more about the crime than anyone.
You do?
Yeah, that's true. It was us who found the body.
What? Guess that's what I missed for watching the concert.
Hey, I wish I was watching the concert. Anything would be better than this. Well, we know the crime took place during the concert. And when we heard the shot and entered the room, the killer was already gone.
What? That doesn't make sense. You came in when you heard the shot and no one was here? How did they leave the room?
Window's a little too small, isn't it? The mystery of the disappearing killer.
Alright. Time to look around! Rhino, it's time.
Oh boy. Huh, another ladder.
Actually, it's technically a stepladder.
Although, Miss Fancy Pants, please forgive my lack of ladder discrimination. I'm less worried about the stepladder, more worried about why it's there.
Oh! Yeah, I just noticed.
I told you they vented.
Oh, shit! Mogus!
Why is the ladder there? Well, to climb, right? To reach something on the ceiling?
I still say it's a stepladder. Are these bullet holes?
Looks like it. There are two here in the wall. The look of it, the victim was shot once in the shoulder. First shot must have missed.
Wait. If he was only shot in the shoulder, he wouldn't be dead. I don't think.
Might have bled out.
But but Rhino, that he got shot and then we like immediately came in and there was like a smear of blood on the ground and that was it. He would not have bled out from one bullet hole that fast. From a shoulder. So there must have been something else that killed him. There are two holes. Wouldn't that mean two misses? Oh, glasses.
The murder weapon is a .45 caliber revolver. It's very powerful. I believe what we're seeing here is the mark left by the second bullet after it passed through his shoulder.
Ouch. Sounds painful.
No kidding. I wonder about this murder weapon. Bananas! What's that on the floor?
Ooh, Apollo! Can I eat some of those, please?
Absolutely not.
I know. But still, I yearn! I yearn for the mines!
Look, you're not the only one eyeing that fruit here.
Well then, what are we waiting for? Let's eat!
Right. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Stop it. Are you too crazy? Emma, you of all people should know better. But she tempted me. She's a temptress. Please grow up.
On the floor? I mean, there's a lot of things on the floor.
Blue cartridge.
Ooh, what a pretty brooch! Oh, Emma?
You're not going to say, "Can I have it, please," are you?
Oh.
Look, you may be a cute little girl of 15, but that doesn't get you any special treatment with me.
Oh.
It's not healthy to envy the young, Emma. It's not about envy, it's about tampering with evidence. Note to self, Emma lacks a sense of humor. Use caution. You need to learn to respect your elders a little. Something seems so familiar about that brooch.
Well, that doesn't help. Also, he does have an earpiece on. Or he did.
Trucy's still after that brooch, clearly. No way. If you want one that bad, get your daddy to go buy it for you.
Daddy always says, Trucy, if you want something, go find or borrow it. Oh, and when in doubt, beg.
Leave it to Mr. Wright. I should be concerned about Trucy's future. But I'm more concerned about the owner of that brooch. Speaker was blaring at the time of the murder. That's for monitoring the stage from this room.
Monitoring?
It pipes in a real-time feed from the stage microphones. Useful for knowing when your set is coming up. Yes, I seem to recall it being loud and vaguely musical. Made it hard to hear Miss Latuse's last words.
What's wrong, Apollo? Your mouth is catching flies.
Nothing. It's nothing. Maybe that's how the killer escaped. That's what you were thinking, right? When we arrived on the scene, the killer had already fled. He or she must have had a way out. And that air vent is one possibility.
But it's much too small.
Not if the killer were about your size, Trucy.
I didn't do it! I was cutting up the dance floor at the time, thank you.
I know. Of course, I don't think you did it.
It's hard to tell with you sometimes, Apollo.
What have I done? There's another Governor's poster here. Just about sick of seeing those, personally. Maybe I'll tear it down. Haha! No tampering with the crime scene, Emma. Maybe there's something else I can tear to shreds.
To shreds, you say? Don't look at me!
What's this poster?
Let's see. This summer, a Legal Eagles production of Case Closed. Looks like a poster for a different show.
One I wouldn't mind seeing real soon. Is that a
TV?
reference?
Apollo! Look at that thing! It's huge! That's a TV!
Yeah, a wide flat screen TV. I want one of those. You'll be wanting for a long time on your salary, Junior. Wait till you're as famous as Mr. Wright was, then dream.
I don't think Daddy was ever rich, even when he was in law.
Great, just stomp on my dreams, why don't you?
Alright, next area.
Finally. Seeing these mirrors lined up like that makes me think I'm really in a dressing room. You are in a dressing room. This must be makeup. Never heard of most of these brands. Are you there, Borginian?
All I know is they sure don't make for much of a clue. Flowers!
What an amazing bouquet. I mean, it's giant. Not sure I approve. It'd be better if this flower was a bit more... Oh!
Eek! The flower fell off!
What happened to preserving the crime scene, Emma? It's fine, fine. I'll just put it back, see? How scientific.
And then she was fired.
This is one of those, things, right? At the barber's. A permanent dryer. Want me to curl those bangs of yours? No thanks.
Better not mess with his hair, Emma! It's part of his identity, you know. I don't know why I went back over there. That was weird. I'm saving the big thing for last. Look! There's a little window over here! Maybe the killer escaped through that!
It's barely big enough for me to get my head through. Not to mention it only opens a crack.
What? I was just saying it's possible!
Right, no harm in that. Except I'm pretty sure it's impossible. You can peek into the room through it, you know. Look at all these presents. Miramar sure is popular.
Ooh, I wonder what's inside! We can't open them, can we?
Probably not a good idea. You never know what you might find in one of those boxes. Bombs, razors, ransom notes. Could be anything.
I'm never having a birthday party again. Alright.
This is the murder weapon, isn't it? This revolver? That's right. A big 45 caliber revolver.
Wow. I wonder who brought this in here. I thought only police were allowed to have one of those.
Why are you giving me that look? I didn't do it. I didn't... Listen, I was out in the hall eating Snackoo'd when it happened. I know. I have the marks. No one in here thinks you did it, Emma. It's hard to tell with you sometimes, Apollo. What have I done?
Wait, the killer brought a revolver. It must mean they had planned this from the start. That's right? I'm still unsure about them saying that it's the murder weapon.
Yeah, why would they leave it?
That too, but also... Hang on,
Well, the weapon is a revolving chamber. It's where you load the bullets. A revolver, see?
Revolver. That sounds a bit like Wonder Bar. Especially if you say it really fast.
I guess.
You know what I always used to think? I used to think the closest sound to Wonder Bar was one liver. There's just so many words in the world, Apollo. Isn't it amazing?
So many different words, so many different people. People like Trucy.
Alright,
Sort of pin faster for attaching things to clothes. Not a safety pin type, though.
If it's not a safety pin, is it a danger pin?
I suppose if you stuck it in your eye, then yeah, sure. But you could do that with the safety pin, too, for that matter.
Thanks for taking the fun out of my danger pin.
Oh, you're driving a danger pin through my heart here.
Sure, the efficiency and secrecy of our investigation, the bearer is hereby ordered to speak to no one outside the investigation concerning any details of Chase, District Police Chief.
Alright, we are entering the wrist time. As right now is how long it took between the last outage and the one before that. So we'll see if it continues its 10 minutes more each time one.
Alright. Well, hopefully we're good.
.45 caliber revolver, very deadly.
Not in the shoulder! You know, Apollo, I was wondering, what's a caliber, and what does the 45 mean?
Huh? You want me to tell you? It's the size of the barrel. Simply put, the larger the caliber, the bigger the round. The bullet, in other words, bigger bullets do more damage. Well, chalk 1 point up for forensic science. You know it.
It's not 45 inches, right? That'd be too big. What's the unit of measurement they use, Ms. Science? Well...
Hush! Kids shouldn't be asking so many... It's millimeters.
Yeah. That's a body, isn't it? And it's been discovered!
Sure is. The victim, no less. Let's take a closer look.
Eek! Go ahead, Apollo. You first. Did you just unzip his pants?
No, that was the zoom-in sound.
Oh.
Wait, no, you should go first, Trucy, really. Will you two stop bickering and get over here? Help me poke this body. She's munching on Snackoo'd again. I hope she's not too annoyed.
Alright, well, first... Eek! Is that blood? Why don't you examine this one, Apollo? You know more about red stuff than I do. Yep!
Says who? Something is strange about this blood, though. Is that what it looks like? I mean, it's Borginian language, I assume.
Also, he's got blood on his finger, so he wrote something. Apollo, look at this hand!
He's holding something. Hey, no touching. You throw all the snacks at me you like, Emma. Sooner or later, you're going to run out of them. You raise a good point. I'm a bit intrigued by this scene. Let's take a look.
See there? He's holding something. What's this?
A keyring?
Think it might belong to the killer?
Certainly a possibility. What unusual keyring? What unusual keys?
One of them. Okay, so that's that says like Goro on it, or Goal, and then there's one shaped like a guitar, and then there's that looks like a pretty standard key, might be a car key.
It's a little small for a car key. It might be a locker key.
Yeah, that's actually probably more accurate.
This could be a vital clue.
Note the heart-shaped ring.
The body was holding a keyring. I wonder what it could mean.
It must mean something!
Well, it doesn't look like the kind Mr. Latouche would use. So the question is, whose keyring is it? Well, you're practically a detective there, Apollo.
Practically.
Glad it brings him so much joy to mock me.
Wait, is that all I can look at? Really? Look
A
at
little
that.
surprised. I thought we'd go poking around in his bullet wound.
Or like the face or something. No clues here!
Who's here?
Let's look at everything then, I think. Yeah, that's definitely an R. It says Goral.
Goral. There are 3 keys on this heart-shaped keyring. So obviously the middle one is the one to the guitar case, right?
Yeah, it's either to the guitar case or it's to the Governor's dressing room.
Yeah, middle key is shaped like a guitar.
I get it. It must be the key to a guitar case.
Guitar case key. I'll bet I know who this belongs to.
That symbol, isn't that the Governor's symbol?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, so I guess this is... Wait, does that mean this is Clavier's?
There are supposedly 3 band members. We've only seen 2. Welcome, Blaze, to the ADHD stream where we jingle keys.
Alright, well, the stage, I guess.
Alright, 5 minutes until the pattern might repeat.
In the wings. Stage looks empty.
Looks pretty full to me. Alright, I was hoping to get a chance to talk to Prosecutor Gavin.
I chuckled, don't worry.
Yay.
Oh well, nothing to do but go to the crime scene, I guess.
I guess.
We were already there. I'm gonna look at everything here first.
Computer. Look at all these electronic devices. Guessing they have something to do with sound.
Well, I guess when we can fiddle. Let's see here.
Don't touch that.
A healthy curiosity is the key to a good investigation. When in doubt, fiddle! That's what Daddy always says.
They should require parental testing, clearly. They do.
Wow, that piano looks much bigger close up. Maki played so beautifully.
Yeah, like a real pianist.
That's just silly, Apollo. How could you call someone as good as Maki a pianist? Why, that's like throwing him in the same class as Daddy.
I don't know who that's an insult towards. Good thing Mr. Wright didn't hear that one. I keep thinking that guitar case is a mimic with its tongue out because of the pink guitar next to it.
Dude, a mimic guitar case would be great.
Let's rock. Or I eat you. That's a big instrument case.
That's a case for a contrabass, I think.
Ah, I hear they have those in a contraband. Hey.
Good night, everybody. That's the end of the stream.
You can fit 20 violins in there, I bet.
It may look like a violin, but it's a completely different instrument.
You can fit 5 truces in there, I bet.
Hey! Are you comparing me to an instrument? Wonder who left it sitting open like that.
Look, a ladder. Guess I need one to work on the lights and such.
Why don't they use a stepladder?
It's too fucking tall.
I prefer stepladders, really. Is that so wrong?
I mean, not wrong. Just why do you prefer stepladders? I mean, they're more stable.
They're so much more flexible than plain old ladders.
What? I prefer my ladders rigid and stable, thank you.
She's doing that pose a lot in this case.
Only when it comes to ladders.
Also, isn't that like the pose that usually is done in anime when a character is like, I'm stupid?
Yes, yes it is.
So is she acknowledging that she's being stupid?
I don't know.
What a big stage! It's on a whole other scale than the Wonder Bar.
Right, that's an actual place and not just her mispronouncing the German thing.
Yeah, no, it's where she performs.
Lights were so bright I couldn't see the whole first part of the concert.
I'd love to do my act on a stage like this someday.
Just hold back on the lights for my eyes' sake, please.
You'll be too blinded by my magic to worry about lights.
You probably don't want to blind the audience if you plan on showing the magic. Flash grenade! Pick a card.
My eyes! Ah!
Was this your card?
I don't know! Call a hospital.
I'm going to say yes. Everyone else, ooh! Ah! I'm glad you like that one.
Okay, is there anything in here now? Is this different at all? No, okay. I feel like we've looked at everything at this point, so I guess we present things to Emma.
I guess. Keys. Sorry. Can't comment on anything not scientifically relevant. I am a forensic scientist, after all. Self-styled one, at least. Gun? So, gun? Gun. Gun. You can still smell the powder. That's odd. What's odd? Oh, nothing. Emma!
Gun!
It's just something about this gun seems strange. Strange? Do we have to look at it again? Is it like the handle?
I think we have to talk to her, but first I'm just gonna go through everything first.
Boop, 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 boop. You always carry that around, do you? Just like Mr. Right. Huh? It's good to never let yourself forget who you are. I'm proud of you. Keep up the good work. Come to think of it, why do I carry this around? I suppose that's one compliment it's gotten me.
Yeah, here we go, the murder weapon.
Apollo Justice, attorney at law. What do you think about this revolver? Gun? Big? Good. It's a .45 caliber. Big? Yes.
Ooh! Miss Emma! Miss Emma! Gun!
Yes. Yeah?
Gun! Big! Bullet big!
Gold star for you.
Yay! I put it in my pants.
I want a gold star. Wait, what? That makes it one of the deadliest evolvers around.
Right,
This gun will mutate spontaneously.
Right, a Pokemon Evolved is on Friday. You gotta wait.
Even the police don't carry guns this big. Really? Yeah, it doesn't make sense. You don't need so much power to kill at such close range. It's overkill.
I'm not sure I see the problem. I mean, whenever I go out to eat curry, I order it extra spicy. Just be sure it's spicy. Of course, I can only ever eat 1 or 2 bites.
That's not a problem? There's another thing about a gun this big. Does it require a special license?
I haven't had feeling in my mouth for years.
There's a lot of strain on the shooter. That's fair, but normally you don't see that with revolvers too much. But at least to the usual amount where you would see someone with a shoulder injury with a gun. With a revolver, I imagine the strain would mostly go to your wrist.
Yeah.
Strain? Yeah, see, if you were to fire this revolver, the recoil would probably dislocate your shoulder. I mean, if you had your arm locked.
Ouch! It's like the shooter's a victim, too.
Yet the killer used his revolver, and quite well.
Wait, well, they missed!
I'm guessing whoever did it was used to shooting. Used to shooting a high-caliber weapon? Huh. It was somehow still the blind kid. Well, that's about it. I think we looked at just about everything there is. I guess you're right. I know how you're feeling. It is hard to know when to stop. Well, that's why I'm glad the game tells us. But anything more involved has to wait until the squad gets here. Alright, now, Max, I want to put a thought into your head.
Okay.
So, it's a police forensic squad, yes?
Alright, yeah.
Alright, so standard uniform is kind of like the pants, the jacket, the gloves, the hat pulled down conveniently over the eyes.
Alright.
Now color code them like the Power Rangers and give them a dramatic entrance.
Go Forensic Rangers!
Corner, fingerprints, other parts of the thing. Tape guy.
Blacklight! It all formed the head!
And me, the cleaner.
And all form the report! Scribble, scribble, scribble. I know that's Voltron, but still.
That look is good enough for me.
Same thing.
I'll go report the evidence to the forensic rangers. Sorry, but could you wait here till I get back? I had to listen through their whole song every time. It takes a bit.
You know what the best part is, Rido? The forensic rangers be like actual characters of like police officers showing up dressed like and acting like Power Rangers would not be out of place in the Ace Attorney world at all.
Yeah. Huh? Oh, actually, we have to... Great, thanks. Trucy, she left.
What do we do, Apollo? She told us to wait.
Leave anyway? It just might work.
That might just be crazy enough to get us both killed!
Or in jail. A.
B. C.
How am I supposed to investigate with all this awkward silence?
Oh well, I guess it can't be helped. Let's go.
Yep, let's go. Go.
Time's a wasting, Apollo. We got a lot of ground to cover.
Do we? I mean, alright. On second thought, why the hell not? I'm sure everything will be fine. There's no way leaving the crime scene unattended will have any repercussions.
Of course
The
it
body will most certainly not be just randomly gone when we come back.
Let's go.
What if we lock the door?
Hang on, can we take the brooch now?
No snatching people's brooches.
Darn. Maybe there's another one lying around here somewhere.
If there is, you can't have that one either.
Don't be so stingy, Apollo.
I think the word you're looking for is principled. Also, you already have a brooch.
Yeah, but I want that one.
Although I guess yours might just be a clasp. Get the hell back in there. What the hell?
Eek!
I thought this guy wasn't going to appear till case 4.
We didn't just imagine that, did we?
No, I also saw the Mustard Magician. Was that a friend of yours?
Hardly.
I guess you are the Branch Magician. You're a lower tier. Whoever that was, he sure looks suspicious.
What makes you think blue is less than yellow?
I said ranch.
But I'm blue.
Yes, ranch.
So why is blue less than yellow?
No, it's because you're ranch.
So ranch is less than mustard?
Yes.
But if ranch is blue and mustard is yellow, that means blue is less than yellow.
When referring to ranch.
He's not in here.
See, I can't abide by blue being less than yellow because blue is higher on my favorite color list than yellow. Hey, Max.
Yeah?
Not what's your favorite color. What is your favorite, like, accessory metal?
What?
Like, are you like a gold? Are you a silver? You want to go fancy platinum? Rose gold? You want to go a little rusty brass?
I think just gold. Why?
No reason.
I feel like I just failed a quiz. What is it with today? Problem after problem. Archie! You ain't kidding. It's the two leading members of the Gaviners, Apollo. Javier on
And then
vocals.
there's that one scrub third guy.
Javier on vocals and Darian on guitar. They're so cool.
I have a hard time thinking of that guy's name being pronounced anything but Darian, but I guess Javier's a prosecutor.
Huh? What are they arguing about?
Probably the case, I bet.
My hog won't start, my guitar case is busted, my guitar's been burnt to a crisp, and to top it all off, someone's dead! And then there was that performance just now! What was that all about? Hey man, don't blame me. You were the one who missed the cue. Me? Miss a cue? How could I conceivably get the most important part of that song wrong? How? And what was all that tinny playing of yours? Who you calling tinny?
Classic band nonsense.
Sounds like they're having a spat. One of those differences in musical direction bands are always splitting up over.
Yep. This is hardly the time.
What are you two doing here?
Hi.
Gun!
Damn, he is pretty.
We were just discussing the investigation, if you don't mind.
Sorry, wait, you were what?
Listen, you need to confirm that with the Republic of Virginia. You need to confirm that with the Republic of Virginia Detective Crescent. Right. Anything else?
What did he just call him? Detective?
Greetings.
Nope, yep, it's him.
Darian Crescent, Criminal Affairs Division 3.
Hello? Criminal Affairs?
Apollo, you really don't know anything about the Gaviners, do you?
Something tells me that's about to be remedied. About the crime.
Which crime do you mean?
The noise pollution you're doing while I'm trying to ask you things. Also the murder.
Oh, that! For me, today has been a hit parade of crimes, you see! Hang on! Turns volume down. There! Now it's quieter for us, but not for the viewers. Prosecutor Gavin was singing the blues earlier, wasn't he? Something about his hog and his guitar case. Anyway, I'm afraid you know more about the killing of Mr. Latouche than I do. For now, at least.
Autopsy report?
You were the one who found the body, James.
It's Apollo, actually.
While we were in the middle of a performance, no less. Aren't you going to examine the crime scene, Prosecutor Gavin? I'll leave that
No, I
to...
have people to do that for me.
I'll leave that to Franklin Detective. Wouldn't want to step on her toes. Not exactly best
Not
buddies,
exactly best
are they?
buddies.
But
I don't know why I read it. I don't know. I don't know.
And the Prosecutor Gavin, I mean. Well, what to do next? We've already checked out the scene, and me now, I guess.
No, my protagonist privilege. Prosecutor Gavin may be right. We might be the most informed for once.
Maybe Prosecutor Gavin can shed some light on things we found.
Look at this gun.
I don't believe you, Apollo. How can you come to this concert and not know about the Gaviners?
It's not
Because you
surprising.
forced me?
It's not surprising. Why, even our ancestors knew nothing of America's existence once.
I know America exists.
Gaviners aren't just an average rock band, Apollo. Each member is connected to the police somehow.
Oh. Huh.
The real police! By day they pack heat, but by night they heat up the stage! By day those lips interrogate, but by night they sing songs of unrequited passion! Unrequited passion!
Struggling on that word there a bit, Trucy?
Gun!
Good enough. Okay.
Step ladders! They debuted 7 years ago with 13 Years Hard Time for Love. Then came Love with No Chance of Parole and My Boyfriend is the Prosecution's Witness.
We had the opposite of that last case. We had my fiance as the prosecution's witness.
The list of hits goes on and on.
This here's my right-hand man, Darian Crescent. I make the melodies, and he attacks them with his guitar. He's a bit of a rogue, really. And this guy's a bit of a perfectionist. When a performance goes the least bit wrong, he goes into this funk, just like today.
I'd hope murder would be more of off-putting than a ruined concert.
The concert today? A disaster! I'll get to the bottom of this, and then we'll see who Mr. Q.
Miss Q, they were arguing about that before.
Great, I love nothing more than questioning tormented artists.
What's this Miss Q you keep talking about?
Aha! You heard it, didn't you? From the audience!
Actually,
The audience missed their cue?
I didn't notice anything.
See? No amateur is gonna pick up on that.
This
Can
little
you guarantee-
doinker has physics.
Can you guarantee an entire audience of amateurs? No! Now take a listen to this.
What's that?
Gun! I mean a mixing board. We use it to record our concert tonight.
Are we supposed to be investigating a murder? This could be good if it picked up the gunshot.
Well, we've come this far, might as well go all the way. I've always wanted to learn about the recording industry.
Since 5 minutes ago? There's a lot of buttons.
This is but one of the devices used in recordings. We're a 5-part band. This lets us record each member's performance separately. Use the sliders to adjust the volume for each part. Check it out.
Wow, neat! So, could you say hear only the drum part?
Of course, that's how we'll find the criminal guilty of missing his cue tonight.
So, are the gunshots going to be in time with the drum beats?
Maybe.
I'm more concerned with the other criminal, the one who kills people.
You want help on the case? Then help me with mine.
Guess rock and roll comes before prosecuting.
Let's begin. First, we bring up the part of the performance in question. You simply choose the section of the song you wish to hear on the uppermost bar. Like so. There it is. Now listen.
Was something wrong?
You couldn't hear it. Listen again, closely.
I'm not hearing anything.
The timing's a little off, isn't it?
Is it?
You see? There, right at the most important part. And even an amateur can hear it. An amateur with a mixing board, maybe. You're missing the point. We'll never step out crime until we're perfect. Perfect! Here he goes again. Right. Herbert Amateur, you will prove my point.
Me?
You will find the missed cue. You will tell us which instrument, which part is the guilty party.
How?
Did I not just explain it? Move the sliders with the stick and the stick to adjust the volume for each part. Then you will find the part that hopelessly bungles the cue with left stick and left stick. You'll find it with your untrained amateur ears.
Nothing to do but try, Apollo.
I guess. I'll admit this looks kind of fun.
First, a quick review. Blah blah blah
Oh
blah
my
blah
god,
blah.
you just told us.
Blah 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 blah.
Did you catch it? Because I didn't.
What do you mean?
Like, which part was wrong?
Possibly?
Once you found the guilty part, press Y to point it out. Time to rock!
Right. Okay, hang on. Alright, well first, hang on, let me listen real quick.
You do it wrong. I think it was 2. Yep,
Yeah.
you fucked it up. This part is off.
Which is that? Second guitar. Ugh. It was you, Darian! Oh well, looks like cat's out of the bag. Well, that's all you have to say? That kind of attitude lets killers walk free, Darian!
Here they go again.
Maybe it wasn't such a good idea to ask about the concert. Starting to feel like we're just wasting time.
It's all
For the
experience.
record, by the way, I couldn't hear it. I just looked at the waveforms.
Yeah, I kind of heard it. Just in the sense of I heard it stop at a point that didn't feel right, but that was pretty much it. It's all experience under our belts. That can't be bad.
Still can't get over the title for that song. Guilty Love.
I'm curious what's missing. Oh, we can do it again. Yeah, right there, it felt a bit awkward, like it stumbled and tried to catch up.
Okay, yeah, I do hear it now.
Yeah. Now that you know, we can...
I could not pick that out on a casual listen, though.
Oh, absolutely not. I think that's the idea. Alright, I guess now,
Keys? I was wondering if you knew anything about this.
That!
Does it look familiar?
Familiar? It's mine! That's my keyring! I've been looking all over for it!
What? This is yours, Mr. Gavin?
J'accuse! I knew it.
Apollo! How can you make that I knew it face? This is the key ring that was...
Yeah, I know.
Thanks anyway. So, where did you find it?
Actually, the victim was holding it. Like he was trying to keep it from the killer, and I keep expecting the music to cut out rapidly because of this revelation. He was trying to keep it from the killer, even if it meant his life.
What? The victim? You mean Miss Latouche had my keys?
Indeed.
When will my trials be over?
Speaking of trials, I've never heard Mr. Gavin whine in court like he has been today.
Emma's right about the fop. I'll give her that.
Apollo! Mr. Gavin, maybe we can help. Tell us about your
We made it
troubles
past
today.
an hour.
Nice.
I really don't think that's...
Tell us! And we'll keep mum about the key ring for now.
Are you blackmailing me, Franklin?
Maybe.
Gun!
Sorry, but I'm not in the mood to talk about that right now. Even I can only take so much in one day.
Funny, I always thought of Prosecutor Gavin as one of those cool stoic types. Sort that never complains. How wrong I was. Brooch? No? Postcard? No. Investigation request? No. Lyrics?
I wrote those lyrics, you know. Though it was Le Miroir who gave them life.
Wow, that's beautiful.
Maybe I should try and write some lyrics someday.
Herbert Forehead,
Yeah?
understand that I am not Prosecutor Gavin now. I am lead vocal of the Gaviners. That badge sings a different song, on a different stage.
Right. I wish I had an alter ego to hide behind sometimes. Maybe if I go rogue and become a vigilante named Justice. Wait, that's my last name. People would know it was me.
Gavin's
About
troubles.
vigilance. You were saying something about your motorcycle not starting?
And something
Again?
about your guitar case being busted.
You're well informed.
Just had a
You're
thought.
whiny and loud.
Just had a thought real quick. If he was trying to keep the keyring from the killer, and then the guitar case was busted, the killer wanted into the guitar case, and since they couldn't get the key, well, no, because he said the guitar case was busted before the murder happened. He said it when we found him in the dressing room after the guitar was caught on fire. So, I think.
Smuggling guns in an instrument case is fairly classic.
Yeah, but I thought that maybe like the killer needed the keys, but since they couldn't get them from the guy, they went and broke the guitar case open to get whatever they needed from inside. But no, the guitar case was busted before the murder happened. So
Give me those keys so I can get my murder weapon. So if I don't give it to you, you won't be able to get your murder weapon. I'll show you. Break. I'm back. Now give me the keys, but you already have the murder weapon. You know what? You're right. Bang.
you mentioned it a few times.
Archie! Archie! It all happened this morning! It's all this keyrig's fault!
The key ring.
It's got all my keys on it! Jeez. My bike key, my car key, and the key to my guitar case!
Oh, that would be why the key was small for a car. It's a bike key.
Wait, so this key ring...
It disappeared! I thought I'd put it in my jacket pocket!
Fran's key ring disappeared.
I had to come to the concert by taxi! How embarrassing! And in order to get my guitar out, I had to break the lock!
Wait, this guitar wasn't the one that...
The very one! Up in flames! Up in James! And right on stage, too!
I actually thought that was part of the show.
Crazy! And to top it off, Mr. Latusse's life was taken! Nobody told me about days like these!
Strange days indeed.
You think?
Sup, Truce?
Well, I was just trying to make sense of everything. First, this heart-shaped keyring gets stolen. Then a very expensive guitar flares up on stage. Then Mr. Latouche dies.
Yes, and?
Could it all really be just a coincidence?
Coincidence? I think not! Meaning? Darian, can you make any sense of all this?
Someone's trying to frame you.
Hey, don't look at me.
What do you think, Apollo?
Eh.
I mean, either Mr. Gavin's having a really bad day, or all this was planned.
You aren't thinking what I think you're thinking. Are you, Franklin?
That was a very strange musical sting to the beginning of that.
I am! What? What? Hey, don't leave me in the dark with Spike here.
It needs Apollo, but yeah, I agree. Don't leave us in the dark. What are you talking about?
Haven't you noticed a connection, Apollo? A curious connection between all of Mr. Gavin's troubles today? It'll have to do with his guitar.
Yes? Bluffing? You know, something was bugging me too. Keyring and the guitar and the body.
Slow down there, Paulie. Look a wee bit dizzy. He's bluffing. He hasn't figured it out. That's up,
Damn it,
you're
you
a
know.
man. You're as clueless as I am.
Eh?
No. Give Herbert Forehead a chance. Let's see your evidence of the connection. Shall we?
Evidence? Eh. I better think of something pronto.
Come on. Let's see it. What's the connection between all of Mr. Gavin's troubles?
Is it just Gavin?
Well, I can't go to stuff.
Is it Lemiro?
Well, it could be the key ring, because the key ring went missing. He didn't have the key ring, so he had to bust the case. Well, no, that doesn't have to do with the guitar.
I think it would be the keyring. I don't know.
Wait, it's this!
Stole away the keys. Oh!
A fleeting melody, it wraps itself around me, and now through the air I fly. Burn my love
Burning.
away. A bullet of love. Take my life away.
What the hell?
Yeah, when I first saw
Also-
this, it was talking about when you stole away the keys. I was like, that seems oddly weird. Oddly specific.
Wow. It's this, isn't it?
A lyric sheet? A guitar serenade? What's that got to do with anything? It has everything to do with everything! Though I wouldn't have believed it if the Franklin hadn't pointed it out. What are you talking about, man? Enough with the riddles! Maybe it is a
Torpedo us with
coincidence.
his hair.
Maybe it is a coincidence, or perhaps it means something. Don't you think, Franklin? I do. Everything that's happened to Mr. Gavin today is predicted in the lyrics to this song. What? No way! Look, just think about everything that's happened to Mr. Gavin. Let's list them in the order they occurred, while reading the lyrics sheet.
First, the keyring was stolen.
Not just any key ring, a heart-shaped key ring.
That's right here. When you stole away the keys, my heart held on to so tight. This is a heart holding keys.
And next, his guitar burst into flame.
Burning onto my heart, fire, burn my love away.
And then Mr. Latouche was killed.
Like a bullet of love, fire, take my life away. But that's crazy.
Yeah, no kidding. So everything that happened today here. This song
Because of the
predicted it
material
all.
of his outfit, it just looks like it's a lot more detailed than everyone else's, but it's just because it's meant to be shiny, so it just sticks out.
Yeah. Or perhaps it was the other way around.
Eh?
The criminal could have based their crime on the lyrics.
We'll go through all that trouble.
Someone who moves in mysterious ways, no doubt. I believe you stumbled upon something quite vital and quite annoying, Franklin.
She looks pleased?
Does she? She looks like Sayori from DDLC. The lyrics predicting the crime. Javier? Seems a bit more than just a coincidence to me. I have to agree. The keyring, the guitar, and the murder.
Keyring might have been dropped by accident.
Yet the victim was holding it. Hard to think that it was unconnected. Also, hang on a moment. A fleeting melody, it wraps itself around me and now through the air I fly. They skipped over that part.
I mean, she flew during the performance.
Yeah, but that was before the guitar caught on fire. Or sorry, that was after, rather.
You know, it's kind of simultaneous, but
I guess. And then guitar, up together to the sky. I guess not every single part of this is necessarily going to be part of the case, but still.
and I had some sugar this morning in my oatmeal.
And it gave me pleasure!
TMI. That's true. Prosecutor Gavin's as calm as ever.
Does the criminal match their actions to the lyrics? That sounds likely.
Why would anyone do that?
While we think about that, I'm gonna get cracking on the biggest crime here. I'm gonna talk to the Borginian embassy about this Mr. Latouche. Ah, right. Thanks, Darian. I'll leave the pondering of mysteries to you. I'm out of here.
What is that ring? It kind of looks like Bowser. And he's gone.
I think it's a shark jaw.
A foreign national, Mr. Latouche, was killed. It seems like that would have to be the point of all this. But they did more than that. They left us with not only a murder, but a mystery!
Mr. Gavin sure is irritable today.
Maybe this is the real Prosecutor Gavin we don't get to see in the courtroom.
I've had enough, frankly. If you find any more mysteries,
Professor Frankly.
do me a favor and keep them to yourselves. James.
James. I guess this is all we're going to get from Prosecutor Gavin. That leaves the mirror to question. Good luck with fucking that. Prosecutor Gavin, do you know where Lemire War is now?
I had her go to my dressing room. With that pianist,
Bullshit.
Machi Dubai, of course. She seemed rather shocked by Mr. Latouche's sudden passing.
Gavin in his dressing room. Got it. Don't let him infect you. Alright. Yeah. Yeah!
Eek!
Mustard Magician. Who's there? He goes again. Who is that Mustard Magician?
Why do I hear his theme song now?
It goes on for longer than I thought. Jeez. Trucy?
So we have 3 magicians known, or is it 4? There's Trucy, there's that guy, and then...
Mr. Hat.
Right, no, Mr. Hat is the puppet.
The
yellow heart, the red blue diamond, and the red spade? What?
You know, that's fair. The spade was in the picture.
What picture?
In the office.
Oh, okay. No, he did look sort of familiar.
So he is a friend of yours.
No, that's not it. Sorry, I don't remember.
Curiouser and curiouser. That phrase only ever makes me think of Alice in Wonderland.
Ah, the miroir! Oh, what? Wait, what?
She can speak English? That or this, she speaks like very few words.
What?
What has happened? I heard that Mr. Latouche has died.
Yeah, sadly my characters have either died or left. Lemire War, you speak. I mean, you speak English.
Yes. I was invited here from the Republic of Borginia. But I am not Borginian by birth.
Oh.
Why the hell did you need a translator then?
Wasn't Mr. Latouche your interpreter?
Ah, that. Yes, well, it was Mr. Latouche's idea. He thought it would add to the mystery, you see. And so I went around saying boopity boopity boo.
Then your pianist is also... I'm doing excellent voicing this character.
No, Machi Tobai is Borginian. He does not speak English. Now, please tell me, what has happened to Mr. Latouche? Why did he... Actually, Mr. Latouche was...
Trucy?
Huh?
Remember that piece of paper we signed?
But Mr. Latouche is Lemiroir's manager. That's not fair to her. I mean, isn't she a related party?
Precisely, Prosecutor Gavin doesn't want to alert, I'd suspect.
All we have been told is to wait here in this room. It is very unsettling.
I'm sorry, we're trying to figure it out ourselves. Do you think I can ask you some questions?
Of course, I am always willing to help.
Oh, she's as calm as she looked on stage. Can't put my finger on why, but I like this Lemiroir. Beepity boopity beepity.
What is it, Machi?
Beepity boopity beepity.
What? But you'd be alone.
Beep beep boop boop. What seems to be the problem?
Machi, he is not good around strangers. He wishes to go out for a breath of fresh air. Would that be all right?
Sure, of course.
Very well. What is it you wish to ask me about?
So what's your relationship to the victim? Fuck. The Republic of Borginia, in Northern Europe, right?
I've never even heard of it.
I started out singing in a restaurant. Then a producer called me. Before I knew it, here I am.
You don't say. You know, my daddy plays piano in a restaurant.
Producers tend to look for talent, Trucy. Lemiroir, you're not from Borginia originally? Were you born here?
Well,
Oh, is that supposed to be a secret?
Image is everything when you're a star. I know a bit about that, of course.
yes. It is something like this. A contract, you might say. I'm also not to speak anything but Borginian in public.
Image is important, I guess.
She's not all image, though. Her songs are lovely. A real landscape painter in sound.
Painter in what?
She travels the world, turning the sights she sees into music. That's the secret to your music's beauty, right?
You're very perceptive.
Oh, I use your songs all the time in my stage act. I don't have to pay royalties for that, do I?
Stop while you're ahead, Trucy.
This landscape painter in sound, too, is an image. Yet without it, my songs would not be so widely heard.
They even call you the siren of the ballad, right?
Yes, in Borginian, La Miroir means the siren. I fear that perhaps already I am not the siren I once was.
Also, hang on, I forgot we got redeemed to do this earlier.
Would you mind taking a look at this, Lemiroir?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what to say. I wish I could help you.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Certainly one of the most pleasant refusals I've had. Yeah, Apollo still hasn't made the connection.
Yeah! Your pianist, Machi, was it? He's cute, like a porcelain doll.
It's very European.
I met him while singing in restaurants in Borginia.
Please, somebody just missed him realizing it. Nope.
He is an orphan, yet his playing is exquisite. Soon he came to live with me.
It's like a fairy tale almost.
I noticed he hardly leaves your side.
Yes, well, he is blind. At first, I hesitated at dragging him across the world.
Doesn't speak English either, does he?
He had never left Virginia before we met. I made his presence part of my contract. Machi and I together are La Miroir. Together, always. Mr. Letouce was my new manager.
New?
Yes, from 3 months ago. Around when I received Mr. Gavin's invitation to come. I met Mr. Letouce at my office. He was to be my manager and bodyguard. And as it turned out, my interpreter.
Interpreter even though you speak English.
Yes, but we were to visit more places than just here. We had a concert in Japan scheduled after this one. Though I fear that may have to be cancelled now.
Was Mr. Letouce from the Republic of Virginia too?
Well, he was only with me for 3 months. I'm afraid there is much I do not know about him. And now I shall never know. No one will even tell me why he has died.
I'm sorry. Prosecutor Gavin said we weren't to talk to anyone.
Mr. Letouce was a talented man. The siren of the ballad. That phrase was his idea, you know. I am happy for him that it has become so well known.
Aha!
Find the
Finally!
fucking Lee. Only took half a dozen times of saying it. The siren, that's what he meant.
Huh? Apollo?
You're the siren, right, Le Miroir?
That is the meaning of my name in Borginian, yes. It was the name my producer gave me. But why do you ask?
It's very important. I had to know for sure if the siren was you.
What do you mean, important?
I'll tell you and go to jail. You deserve to know. Siren. Turns out that's a very important word in this case.
How?
When we found Mr. Letouce, he was still alive.
What?
I heard him say something. His last words.
Ask witness.
Who's the witness? I think perhaps Siren.
He said siren. Really?
I was the only one there to hear it, and thus now I'm going to be murdered because they know I was the only witness. But I'm not sure that's what he meant. Said.
Mr. Letouce said that. Ask the witness.
And you're the siren, Le Miroir. Did you see what happened? Le Miroir?
Might I ask, are you with the police?
Well, no, I'm a defense attorney.
An attorney? Yet there have been no arrests, yes?
Is that a problem?
Does an attorney not work for a client? If you have no client, you should leave the investigation to the police, I think. At the Miroir, I am sorry, but I cannot answer your questions. I'm afraid you lack the authority to ask them.
What? Why? If she witnessed the crime, why won't she tell us?
I believe we are through here.
I believe so. Huh. That was a turnabout of attitude.
Haha! Turnabout. Hang on, I'm just gonna. Can we find a Manchi? No. Huh. Maybe we still have to, like, show stuff to her or something?
That reminds me. Does this brooch look familiar to you?
My brooch! Yes! But it may be mine.
Yours, Le Miroir.
I was wearing a brooch earlier, you see. I must have lost it.
That explains the brooch we found. It was the Miroir's.
Thank you. I was wondering where I dropped it.
So this brooch belongs to her. That begs the question,
Something wrong, Apollo?
what was this brooch doing at the crime? It was her dressing room.
Yeah, that too. I have
This
a
is
gun!
like the least suspicious thing. It's like, you found my pants in my dressing room. Oh no, that means I must have done murder. Or changed clothes.
Maybe that's all we had to do. There we go.
Tat 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 tat.
Holy shit, it's past midnight.
Well, who's there now? Ah, it's you. Where were you? Ah, Emma, you scared me. Something wrong? She looks grumpier than usual. You bet something's wrong. The impossible's happened. The body is gone. That's all your fault, you know. Oops, maybe this is about us leaving the crime scene.
What do you mean by impossible?
Well, it's gone. Utterly gone.
What's gone?
Knew it. Said it. Said it right when she left. Said it right when she left. Body stupid. What else?
Huh?
So the child took it? Mr. Latusse's body has disappeared.
What?
Or it was the mustard magician. Ah, Prosecutor Gavin.
From your vacant stare, I gather you've heard the news.
I heard Mr. Latusse's body has gone missing.
Look for yourself. Quite the pickle. Quite the pickle.
How can you just stand there? We have to start the
There's no need for alarm, Franklin Detective. All entrances and exits have been sealed. The body will not leave the building. So
He's in a box.
So
He's in a box.
So I suggest we go find ourselves a cadaver.
Probably in a guitar case.
There will be plenty of time to ponder the whys later.
Nah, he's in the box.
Guitar case could be a box. Well, you seem pretty sure of yourself, Mr. Gavin.
Oh, we'll find him. I'm rather enjoying this.
How can Mr. Latusse's body just disappear?
Well, you heard the man. Let's get searching.
Hey, I don't know if this is exactly the right time, but... Yes, Darian. See, Geeter's gone missing. It was in the dressing room.
Geeter? Who's Geeter?
A guitar.
That's what I call my guitar. You like, man? Your guitar was stolen?
This hasn't been a good day for guitars or geeters.
Or geezers.
Okay, body first, then guitar. And if someone finds that guitar, please bring it to our dressing room. Geeter's like a missing person, not lost and found, man.
Well, this sure is, what do you call it? A sausage? Nope, wait, it was a pickle. And it's your pickle. I told you to stay in the room. Sorry. Not much else I could say. It's alright. Top priority now is finding that body. You can make it up to me later. Before I accuse you of murder. 10 or so bags of chocolate Snackoo'd should do the trick nicely. Should watch your sugar intake, Emma.
You're lucky this is anime and girls can't gain weight.
There should be a body here. But there's not. How could this be?
Didn't know that's all we had to say on the subject. The vent? No, the vent.
Alright, let's go search a box.
Alright. Well, hang on.
Emma, could you make a sick mixtape?
Okay, Okay, no, I maybe we can't do anything with that right now. Alright.
Is he in the piano?
Something seem different to you, Apollo?
Something is definitely different here.
Let's check it out.
What's different?
I'm not sure that's all that important right now. Let's check out that thing in the middle of the stage. You know?
The piano?
Oh, what? Oh, it's...
Oh, the thing is raised.
That stage there must have been lowered before.
That's the tower that Lemire and Prosecutor Gavin were singing on.
Someone must have raised it. I don't see a way to control it from here. Apollo, what about that ladder there against the wall? We'd use that to take a look up top.
Maybe we should get Emma.
What are you talking about? We have to see this sort of thing for ourselves. Sylvia, if your credit cards work the way like mine do, there isn't a day on the for the expiration on the credit card. It's just the month and year, and it's just at the start of the month.
Correct.
So if it says like 6/30, that doesn't mean June 30. That means June 2030.
Correct.
And Sylvia figured it out already. Okay. What are you talking about? We have to see this sort of thing for ourselves.
Not so good. Oh god, he is me.
Stop whining and start climbing.
So if he's like me, he'll get 2 steps on the ground and then get a death grip on what he's doing. It didn't look like that high from below, really. When we got to the top, I felt every one of those 15 feet down. Of course, I wasn't thinking about the height anymore. Not after what we found up there. Is it the child's corpse?
Eek!
Found 2 things we were looking for and 1 thing we never expected to find.
Okay, the body, the guitar, and the child.
And yep, second corpse. Let's go. Second corpse. Is he fucking Yamcha posed?
I care more about the fact that the big guy is rocking out. Also, yeah, he is Yamcha pose. Hang on. He's like flipped horizontally, but otherwise, yeah, that's the Yamcha pose.
Yep. All right, I have to read this. The body, guitar in hand, and the pianist, Bachi Tabai, who's pretending to be murdered up here to throw us off his scent because he's the murderer.
Oh.
See, look, portrait. There's Club Guy.
Oh, yeah. I guess we're back here now.
Wow, that concert last night sure went south in a hurry.
No kidding. Why did they arrest Machi? Why?
Don't look at me like it's my fault. Machi Tabai, the blind pianist. A Arrested on suspicion of murdering Romain Latouche.
I can't believe such a cute little boy could do something so horrible.
I guess they have proof of some kind. Alright, so I guess he didn't do it.
What proof could something like that? Blah, 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 blah.
Morning!
Prosecutor Gavin.
What a night, eh? I apologize for being so upset.
Mr. Gavin, do you know what's going on? Why did they arrest Machi? Why?
Don't look at him like it's his fault either.
It was tough for me, too. We performed together that night, after all. Yet,
Yet?
the powers that be say that, given the circumstances, it could only have been him.
What do you mean by the circumstances?
The Miroir was invited from Virginia as an ambassador of goodwill. It is vital that this case be wrapped up swiftly. That's all the powers that be want, really.
Those are circumstances, alright. But what makes Maki the only possible subject?
Herbert Forehead, you seem to have forgotten that you're talking to the prosecution, the enemy.
Alright, we're in our roles now. I think I like this side of Prosecutor Gavin better, actually.
I'm not at liberty to discuss the particulars of the case. Especially not to the defense attorney.
What did you just say? Me? The defense attorney?
That's what I came to tell you. He's down at the detention center. He wants to request your services.
Ah, so it was a mirror. You mean Maki? Maki wants me.
I'm just imagining that like freaking that like Uncle Sam pointing poster. Maki wants you.
To defend him in court.
This is what we've been waiting for, Apollo. Let's get going.
Right. Boy, I hope he could secretly speak English.
Good luck. I'm off to question the Miroir.
Right, later. Hope I'm up to this. Javier, bitch, I need someone competent on the other bench.
I refuse to believe a cute little kid like that could do something so terrible.
You said that already.
His
I
glasses.
like the shine going across the glasses.
Yeah,
as the
that was
dots
the evil
perform.
glasses shine. He must be the killer. All right, I'm gonna be right back real quick. Wait, what?
Look in the upper left. This detention center is being taken over by GLaDOS.
Oh shit! Also, I thought of something.
Yes.
Us. Machi must be the murderer. The police. Machi must be the murderer. Us. Ah, so Machi's not the murderer.
That is what my thought process was, yes.
Machi, everything's gonna be okay. We're here for you.
Hi. Maybe you can tell me about last night. Beepity boopity beepity.
Huh?
Beepity. Beepity boopity beepity. That was when I realized how tough it must be. A little kid like this. In a country so far from everything he's ever known.
Maybe the Miroir could help?
Didn't Prosecutor Gavin say she was with him? The Miroir.
James.
Well, what are we going to do?
It's a good question. I can't think of anything we can do but go with this. And hope for the best at trial tomorrow. Beepity boopity beepity. 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 Ah, jeez, that was a fucking long setup.
Huh.
The next day. Court is now in session for... How do I say that?
Machi Tabai, Your Honor. The pixie of the arpeggio.
Right, his trial. The court is in session. Defense is ready, Your Honor. That is a fucking lie.
The prosecution is A-OK, Herbert Judge.
Very well, Prosecutor Gavin.
My opening statement. James. That's my statement.
No, actually, there was something else I wanted to ask you about.
Yes?
Say you're going to visit someone in the hospital with an incurable disease. What do you say to them?
Eh?
I mean, you wouldn't say get well soon, right? You'd only be kicking them when they're down. Are you okay, Judge? Actually, I'm going to visit someone who is terminally ill. Right after this trial, the Chief Justice's son. This is some interesting lore to just drop.
Huh.
The Chief Justice. His son is afflicted with the most terrible disease. He doesn't have long, it seems. So I thought I'd go pay him a visit. I thought saying something moving might be the order of the day.
I don't grown-ups ever just say what's on their mind instead of pretending?
She's looking at me with something like disgust. What are you looking at me like that for? In any case, I'm a bit busy today, so let's wrap this up quickly. This is the hint, it's a long case. Prosecutor Gavin, your opening statement, briefly. That or we're just gonna have, like, triple penalties.
You're in luck, Herbert Judge. I believe you'll be going on your hospital visit sooner than you think. First, to review the victim in this case, Romain Letouce, age 35, the global manager for Diva Songstress Le Miroir. The cause of death, blood loss due to being shot by a large caliber revolver.
Told you.
You would not die from blood loss that quickly from one shoulder shot.
It's a pretty large caliber one if it did a clean pass through.
It would not be that fast though, because we heard it, and then we opened the door and we found him, and then he died a minute later?
Something like that. But here's my problem with it.
What?
There would be a lot more blood on the floor.
Is Wood's shoulder also has a major artery? Yeah, but it would not be that quick. If it was 5 minutes or something, sure. But that was a minute. Because it was literally, we heard it, we went into the room, we talked to him, he said the siren, and then died. A minute. 60 seconds.
I think he was probably talking slower than you think because he was having to force the words out.
Maybe.
This report has all the details.
The court accepts this into evidence.
Death due to loss of blood from gunshot wound. Spent time at 9 to 9:30 p.m.
45 caliber, that's quite large, isn't it? Direct hit from that could knock a man off his feet.
However, the bullet struck him in his shoulder. The damage to the body was slight. Death was not immediate. Sadly, his blood loss was such that it could not be saved.
I suppose the victim's condition could have been much worse considering.
Okay, if the idea is more when he stopped talking to us, he passed out and then died from blood loss a little bit later, that would make more sense.
Two shots were fired. One shot missed, the other penetrated and passed through the victim's shoulder. Both bullets were found in the wall of the scene. Observe the diagram. This is where the bullets hit.
Rhino? You seeing the problem that I'm seeing?
There's a wall?
Yeah.
See, the court accepts this into evidence. We're talking about a .45 caliber revolver. Must assume that the killer was an adept at the weapon's use.
Really?
Yeah, apparently weapons that size have a powerful kickback. You see, the judge tried to fire one and break every bone in his body. The defense will take more care in choosing examples.
As I was saying, the victim was shot backstage in a dressing room. This dressing room has only one entrance. This door!
You know, Max, I have a question.
What?
You know how they have a tiny window that you couldn't reasonably do anything with except for open? And then they have a sign under it that says do not open? What is the point of that window except to be peeped in upon then?
I don't know. But... Rhino,
Max?
what if the killer never left the room because they were never in the room?
I mean, I'm assuming you're thinking what I'm thinking, and that they shot through the tiny window.
I'm thinking they shot through the tiny window.
Yeah, I assumed that from the beginning.
Yeah.
Those are my two theories. It's either that or the fucking vent.
Yeah, which the vent would, like, be possible, but I think this is more likely. Especially considering they put so much focus on talking about the window. I think those windows are, like... Honestly, I don't know what they're meant to be for.
Yeah, they're literally a thing that says do not open.
I mean, I imagine it's some sort of emergency thing, but I don't know what it would be.
You can't exit it.
In case of emergency.
It only opens a tiny bit, so it's not great for ventilation.
In case of emergency, open this up and scream for help. I don't know.
Ah! Hey, shut that window. It says don't open. Okay, I'll be quiet.
God, that reminds me of, like, the fucking most annoying thing from the first Die Hard movie, where John McClane fucking gets a walkie-talkie, or a radio, calls the emergency police channel, is like, there is a terrorist attack at this location, there are hostages and people with guns, and the people on the other end say, so this is an emergency hotline, please don't talk about us right now, or something like that. Like, there's an emergency happening! Sir, this is only for emergencies. No shit!
It's like, sir, this is an emergency line. Then why are you talking with the emphasis of someone who works at Wendy's?
It was literally like, sir, this is an emergency line. If you're having an emergency, hang up and call 911.
There's an emergency. My name is Icarus.
Yeah! God, that movie
It was just as jarring as you said it was.
Yeah, I know, right? To anyone who doesn't know what I'm talking about, watch the first two spoken lines of Eternals. It's like these two people staring out into space, and it's like, it's beautiful, isn't it? My name is Icarus. I can't make this shit up.
Poetic introduce himself.
But yeah,
person
like,
he was clearly just standing next to for a while.
But yeah, anyway,
I'm just imagining there's like, and this is the Nether. Horrible things live here. We don't know if everyone will survive. I am Steve.
Yes, we know. Alright, still though, depending on where the window is, they still wouldn't be able to shoot past that wall that's there.
Yeah, that tiny wall is weird. Like when it comes to the bullet trajectory.
Yeah, well, I don't really remember the area that well. Was that a full height wall? Or was it like a changing screen or what? I don't remember.
It's a full height wall.
However, there were witnesses who heard the gunshots.
It's talking about you and Emma, huh?
Yet when the witnesses entered the room, it was empty, save for the victim's body, of course.
Well, that's impossible.
Exactly! This murder was impossible! For all but one person.
Clearly it was possible for Sylvia, who's learning how to pick locks. One person.
That is, of course, the defendant, Machi Tobai! He would have been small enough to climb through the vent! He's blind and a child!
Either of those mean he can't climb a ladder.
They mean he can't fire a
Would however
gun!
struggle to know it's there. Technically, no. Only this defendant could have committed the crime.
It reminds me of this one, there's this one episode of Monk where, like, this...
Monk was monkeying around.
He said it's monkey time and monked all over everyone. Where someone was murdered and the witness was a blind woman who said that the person who did it, she recognized by the voice, was like this famous singer. I think it was actually Willie Nelson. And it turned out that she actually committed the murder and framed him because she had actually gotten her sight back in one eye, and so she was able to fire the gun. And like I remember like Monk and his assistant Natalie were like trying to test to figure out like could she have done the kill if she was actually blind, and like tried to I don't know if they actually fired a gun or anything, but they pointed while not looking and could not aim properly.
Meanwhile, I remember an episode of I think it was NCIS, where a blind person was actually a witness, but the reason they were a witness was because of their sense of smell, because they smelled someone who had, I believe it was like a certain form of diabetes, and whenever their thing would spike and they didn't take their medicine, they would give off a fruity smell because of the after effects of the medicine.
I know that in the Monk episode, you know how normally it shows they'll do the lineup in front of a screen with people.
Yeah.
In here, they had a bunch of people, and since she was blind, they had each of them step forward and say the line that she claims the killer had said to her, which was if you tell anyone about this, I'll kill you. And so they'll set in when Willie Nelson said it, she was like, that's him, that's the guy. And I'm just thinking, wouldn't the killer just put on a fake voice in this instance?
If you tell anyone, I'll kill you. That reminds me of just ones where people are like, we have to test their handwriting. I'm like, what, did they just write weirdly?
Yeah. Anyway.
I know my handwriting is very different depending if I'm doing cursive or print.
I can't do cursive unless I'm just signing my name, and even then I give up.
I said the line, by the way.
Oh, okay, I forgot.
But how?
It's quite simple. The circumstances of the crime scene make it clear.
Very well, I assume your testimony to back up this claim. Please show the witness to the stand. What the?
Your name and profession, please.
Emma Sky, I'm a detective for the police department. I was on security detail at the concert forum that night. Emma seems tired somehow. Security at the concert, you say? Some security I was couldn't even stop a murder. Now don't blame yourself. Things like this happen. I've made even bigger mistakes in my career, you know. I'm sure that makes her feel much better.
I want to hear about these bigger mistakes.
In any case, because you were on security detail, the crime was quickly discovered, and we were able to identify the killer. You may give the court your testimony, if you would. Describe the circumstances of that day and your discovery of the crime, please.
Alright. I don't feel like she wants to do this.
I feel like she probably doesn't think it was actually him, but...
The night of the murder, I was on security backstage at Prosecutor Gavin's request. Only people involved with the concert in some way were allowed backstage. At the beginning of the third set, I heard shots. I went into the room filled with blaring rock music and found the body. I examined the scene and determined that only the defendant could have done it. Was lucky that a detective was the first on the scene.
That door was the only way out of the room, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
And I don't get it. How could they say that Machi did it?
Looks like we need a bit more information. Very well, the defense may begin the cross-examination. The night of the murder was the night of the concert, yes? Apollo, what the fuck? You were there. But were you there? If it was a concert. Yeah? But orders are orders, even when they come from rock gods. Prosecutor Gavin. Yes, I was there.
I smelled something that day. The stench of Emma being there. So she was there.
Conspiracy.
I didn't say that. My keys. And it's all because someone stole my keys. I couldn't ride my hall to the show without my keys. I couldn't open my guitar case without my keys! And that man was killed because he had my keys!
There he goes again about his keys.
Isn't it possible he simply misplaced the keys?
Misplaced my keys! Misplaced keys! Don't just wander into a murder victim's house on the road!
What's this, Prosecutor Gavin, if your keys were in the victim's hand?
No, you have to say it correctly! They are my keys!
That makes you a prime suspect.
Fuck.
No!
Love, slow acting and new. Atraquinine is waiting for you.
He's singing something.
Is everything with this guy to be so over the top?
The killing happened in the middle of my concert. I was like a sailor, adrift on a sea of sound. Anyway, I didn't want anything else stolen. So I put the detective with the most time on their hands on the task.
I see. I can accept that Emma has nothing better to do. Well, I can't. What do you mean, time on their hands? Please, the testimony. But I was back there.
Yeah!
I didn't know about that. I certainly didn't invite you.
I gave the Franklin special permission to be there. I wanted to see her again.
Oh boy, did you hear that? We're officially involved now.
Gee, great. Some other hanger-ons tried to get backstage, but I drove them off with my Snackoo'd. So no other outsiders were there then. And then... I believe we were having a chat when we heard the shots. Yes, Apollo, I was there. I was throwing these at you. Ah, hey. No snacking in court.
And you're sure the shots came from Le Miroir's room?
Absolutely. Hey, I'm the one being cross-examined here. Yeah, this'll keep you quiet.
Katonk.
Oh, thanks. So, how about it, Emma? You mother... We were right there. Hard to be mistaken about that.
Please.
Please either talk or eat, not both at the same time. Right, so after that... 1 second.
There we go. Okay.
Me and Mr. Lawyer there open the dressing room door. Rock,
Paper.
scissors, flaring
Gun!
nails. Cheating! When you say rock, are you referring perhaps to this rock and roll music that's so popular with the kids these days? Yeah. I mean, we knew music was blaring over the speakers.
Sorry, I had a random thought, so I was trying to listen to see if like this was different than the sample that we heard with like the slip up. So I was wondering about something, but I couldn't.
I
tell.
think this is the loop version.
Yeah, well, I couldn't really tell because I was like, I mean, if it turns out they're different, like what was in the room was different than what was on stage or something, that could be important. I don't know.
Oh, that's actually a good idea.
Yeah, Though I don't really know what that would accomplish.
Yeah, it didn't exactly cover up the gunshots.
Yeah. But like it was just something I thought of, and it was like if I can notice it, it might come up later, but I couldn't tell. Also, yeah, that is a full wall.
Oh, it's an extendable wall.
Yeah, but I assume it was not.
It folds.
Yeah, but I assume it was not adjusted. So.
Alright. They pipe the sound from the stage into the backstage through speakers. That way people in the back can hear when they're supposed to be on stage. It's like instead of music, you just hear someone on the microphone. Oh, fuck, you better get back on stage in 5 minutes, I swear to God. Did it have to be so loud?
You don't listen to the Gaviners with your ears. You feel it with your entire body and soul. I always have the backstage monitors at full volume.
Yeah, Sylvia, whenever I saw the holes in that wall, I was like, those are either really big bullets or a really shitty wall.
Guys, I'm gonna throw a thing out there. I think maybe the artist didn't go full in on researching what bullet holes look like before drawing bullet holes.
They did bullet holes better last case.
Did they?
Yeah,
When?
in the safe.
It was still just a bullet hole, and also, like, did we get exactly what kind of gun it was?
No, it was just a pistol.
I don't think they're gonna go full in on being absolutely specific with how the bullet hole works. They just make it big or make it small. Anyway.
We walked into the room. The band was playing Guilty Love, I believe. Making it easy to determine the time of the crime. If you could hear that music playing.
Then everyone on stage for that song has an alibi, including myself.
Anyway, I closed off the scene and started my investigation. How could you know something like that? As I said, it was clear from the circumstances. Listen. We know there was only one exit from the room, that door. Small window only opened a tiny crack. And I was standing in front of that door. So, how could the killer have fled the scene? There's only one possibility. The air vent. Oh. That air vent was too small. Who could possibly... Exactly.
Oh shit, the glasses are on.
There's certainly no way you could get through, nor me. The only one who could fit through was a child. A child. Remember, access to those rooms was limited. Only those involved with the concert were allowed.
And of all the people involved with the concert, only one is small enough to be considered a child.
The defendant.
The pixie of the arpeggio flitted up toward the sky and disappeared from the scene of the crime. Up together to the sky. Wait,
I mean, Gavin did write the lyrics.
Guitar, guitar, up together to the sky.
Oh, that is what happened at the end, huh?
Yeah, we found the... Yeah. I still wonder if that middle part has anything to do with it, but...
Objection!
But that's just conjecture.
Oh, there was no other way out of that room. You were there. You should know, Herbert Forehead.
And there is another vital piece of evidence. Evidence what? Marks were found on the air vent grill. Traces that had recently been opened. What? And something else was found quite clearly. The defendant, Machi Tabai's fingerprints. What?
Two cheeseburgers. No cheeseburgers for anyone! That air vent was the only way out of the room! The defendant's fingerprints were found on the grill, and they stole my keys! Well, Herbert
I mean,
Forehead,
technically speaking, since it was Miroir's dressing room, she could have had him climb up the ladder and move the vent to try and get something at any point before the murder.
Yeah. I mean, like, that's good for us to know, but it's not gonna fly with them.
what fairy tale does this suggest to you? Only one could pass through that vent, that doorway to heaven. And that one is our pixie.
Why are you looking at me, Apollo? Hey, I was out whooping it up in the audience.
So this was his decisive evidence. Oh, quite decisive indeed. How did he know what I thought? I believe that's enough of that. Prosecution has a rather convincing case. The only way in and out of the crime scene was watched, making the defendant the only one who could possibly lead the scene. Simple and decisive. I believe we've heard enough to determine our verdict, even if I wasn't in a hurry to make a hospital visit.
I'm sure the Chief Justice will appreciate the gesture. Unfortunately, we have no direct witnesses. Fortunately, the criminal left decisive evidence for us. That will have to be enough.
Can't be over already. Alright, well, I believe this trial is finished. The defense has no contradicting evidence.
The prosecution has presented our proof, clear and plain. If you have contradicting evidence, it had better be clear and plain.
Apollo, they've got us on the ropes already. You better come up with something quick.
I know. Think what can get us out of this. We need evidence or a witness that can prove Maki is innocent beyond a doubt. Without that... Mr. Justice, do you have contradicting proof that can overturn the prosecution's case? If you do, you'd better tell us about it now. This is it, and so soon. If I mess this one up, it's all over. Court wants contradicting proof. I mean, we gotta do the witness.
Yep.
Prosecutor Gavin, you claim there were no witnesses to the crime. Are you absolutely sure?
Absolutely! I'd swear it on my career as a prosecutor. and on my million-seller hit song, Serenade, My Love.
Here he goes again.
That's too bad, because there was a witness. I'll be taking your badge. Oh, really now? How did you come to possess knowledge the prosecution clearly does not? Because I am the only one in the world who knows this.
Siren.
Why do you keep taking my lines when I was the one who was voicing him? Siren. Hang in there. Stop. There we go. What? Victim said this before he died.
Perhaps he did, and perhaps he did not.
What do you mean by that?
All we know is what Herbert Forehead says he said. It's no
You could be
testimony,
making shit up.
especially since it comes from the defense attorney himself.
But it's the truth. He said it. I even told you about it. But apparently you ignored me completely.
It's my policy to fully investigate everything I deem relevant. Clearly this rookie lawyer thinks he can tell me how to do my job.
That's enough. Mr. Justice, we need clear contradictory proof from you. This witness of yours unknown to the prosecution. I hope you're right. Failure carries a stiff penalty.
Perhaps a stiffer penalty than usual is called for.
Why does he keep doing that?
No backing out now. Let's hear the name of your witness, Mr. Justice.
I mean, it was you!
She's full.
What?
There we go. Discord hiccup. I said she's 40?
I guess.
Miroir. Recall Mr. Toulouse's last words. Who we're going to flash back to a third time. Ah, he met the siren. The siren of the ballad, Le Miroir. Le Miroir was only on stage for the second scene. And she had access to the backstage area. She could have been a witness. I see. Well, Prosecutor Gavin.
My claim still stands. There was no witness to this crime.
Very well. Let's hear it from the horse's mouth then, shall we? Judge, that was very rude. You should not call her a horse. We will now take a break for Detective Emma Sky's cross-examination. Or to the witness stand. Miroir would say nothing the night of the murder. Not today, though. Today we'll drag that story out of her no matter what it is. Bitchin'.
It is my distinct honor to welcome the siren of the ballad to our courtroom.
You are too kind.
Ah, you can speak English.
Yes, yes I can. Though I am not very good. There is much I do not know.
You speak so well. Have you spent time here before?
Actually, I do not know how I came by my knowledge of your language, nor where I
This is
studied
some
it.
fucking bullshit. What she mean she doesn't know?
I too thought to call her as a witness, but I did not. I had a reason, of course.
And what's that?
Le Miroir suffers from amnesia.
What the fuck? Shit B-plot is this? Amnesia.
La Miroir is not my true name, yet I remember nothing of the time before I was given it.
Okay. So they're not saying she has amnesia of what she witnessed.
Nothing of the time before I started singing on stage.
Whoa, she's even more mysterious than I thought.
As lauded singer La Miroir, she lives a good life. There are little difficulties for her thanks to her success. Yet, I did not wish to subject her to unnecessary stress.
But she told us that she was recruited from singing at like a little bar restaurant thing, and that it was given to her as a stage name.
She might be referring to having amnesia to, like, before she started singing at restaurants or something.
Fine.
I mean,
Still
this
seems like bullshit, but okay.
This isn't, like, relevant at the moment. It's just his excuse for why he didn't call her.
I see. I care surprisingly little about people's pasts. I don't give a fuck. You have nothing to fear in this court, La Miroir.
Thank you. Yet there is something I do not understand. I am being called as a witness. What might I say? No one will tell me anything of what happened.
La Miroir, let me be frank. I did not want to ask you up here to testify. Yet, that young gentleman with the wide forehead over there was adamant that you stand.
Oh my.
Congratulations, Apollo. You're the bad guy.
Well, now that you're here, please give us your testimony. Nothing else, the sound of your voice is welcome. Tell us what you saw the night of the crime. Nothing. I was joking. I was joking.
As for what I saw nothing. That night, I was invited to sing on stage, and this I did. I did not return backstage after the second set. Then I was led by the police to Mr. Gavin's dressing room and told to wait there. That was where I learned that something had happened, but I wasn't told the details.
I've started giving her Clavier's inflections.
I must say you sound wonderful. Just testify. LP was too distracted to hear what she was actually saying.
There you have it. She saw nothing that night. Now we can only pray that the defense is assents to admit defeat, and refrain from detaining her here longer than need be.
Wow, you just got badder, Apollo. Way to go!
Alright, well, Mr. Justice, keep it short and sweet. The mirror wouldn't talk to me the night of the crime. She must know something, and I've got to find out what. She must have seen something. Mr. Latouche named you.
Mr. Latouche? How can I tell you what I don't know?
Mirror, he said you were a witness with his dying words.
I do not know what he meant to say, but that night...
Hold it! No, you didn't! It was a great concert.
You heard me sing. Thank you.
I was hoping to get an autograph later, actually.
Of course.
Mr. Justice, this is a cross-examination. You're out of line. If anyone deserves an autograph here, it's me. One on my gavel would be nice.
Herbert Judge!
What's this?
It's my autograph. Now keep this trial moving.
What? Oh, my grandchild would be so happy. Apparently his grandson's a big fan.
Let us continue, shall we? If you would, La Miroir. Tell us what you did after your stellar performance.
You did not return backstage once. Where were you then? What were you doing?
I was cleaning up on stage. There are many things I must do for a performance other than simply sing.
And was Maki with you at the time?
Unfortunately, I do not know where he was.
So much for an alibi for Maki.
Wait, she couldn't have been cleaning up on stage. They were still performing.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what you mean by that. Also, Brooch?
Want to do that now?
Yeah, sure.
Objection!
Booyah. I'm sorry, Lemiroir, but I'm having trouble believing you. You remember this brooch, do you not?
Why, that's Lemiroir's. She was wearing it for her song.
Ah, care to add that to the testimony, Prosecutor Gavin?
What?
This brooch was found after the murder took place. At the very scene of the crime.
What?
His fists are so detailed. Lemiroir. How did your brooch get backstage if you did not go there yourself? And as Prosecutor Gavin has just told us, you had been wearing it during your performance that night. It looked like a freaking question mark. What is the meaning of this? Lemiroir, please explain. Lemiroir?
Beepity boopity beep.
She says English is quite difficult.
That trick's not gonna work here.
Beepity boopity boopity boop.
Your forehead may be large, but you are a lawyer truly. But you have missed one important fact.
What now?
Beepity boopity beepity bop.
In fact, at the time of the incident, I went backstage, but only for a moment.
So you lied.
Beepity boopity beepity boop.
Think back to the moment of the crime. You know whereof I speak.
Is she really saying all that?
What's she talking about, Apollo?
Right when the incident occurred. She talking about that? How many times are we gonna fucking flash back to this?
I actually forgot about that.
I looked into the room. Just a glance, mind you. So this is when your brooch dropped. That explains that.
It does. There was no other time I could have dropped it.
That's ridiculous. You only looked in for an instant, but you dropped your brooch?
Herbert Forehead. She has raised a possibility. The only thing that can counter that is evidence.
Oh my god.
Oh, so she looked in at the crime scene.
Actually, I intended to go into the dressing room. I knew nothing of what had happened, of course. But the moment I opened the door, I heard a horrible voice.
Herbert Forehead shouting, "Who's there?" No doubt. A horrible voice indeed.
Seems unnecessary.
I don't like this guy. He's an asshole, but the problem is he's helpful enough that we have to overlook him being an asshole. It's not like Edgeworth where he had development past it or anything like that. He's just being a dick.
I closed the door immediately.
Well, that explains the brooch. Let's return to your testimony. That's too convenient. She's hiding something. Lemiroir, you did look into the room, though, right?
Yes?
Testify as to what you saw.
Very well, though it was only the briefest of glimpses.
Oh, it's time.
His body was behind a wall.
Let's try here.
Wait.
Stare at her boobs. They hear this. They have
It froze. I'm trying to find her hands, but I don't think they're.
I don't. Wait, does she swallow? Yep.
Aha. Good eye, Rhino.
Thank you.
Gotcha!
The late Mr. Latouse's body, you say?
To be honest, they did sort of start Clavier where Edgeworth ended game 1 at. Yeah, but Edgeworth wasn't the prosecutor at the end of game 1, so he was actually like cooperating with you. And then he didn't show up in game 2 for like the entire time.
Yes?
I'm alright with Gavin so far.
Eh.
You know something more about Mr. Latouse's death than you're saying.
I just don't like characters where it's like, they're assholes, but they're just barely not enough of an asshole to be called out on being an asshole. I don't like that.
What?
I could see you trying not to remember, but my drug vision will compel you. But the effort made you swallow. You can't fool my drug eyes.
Drug eyes!
It is true. It was so terrible
I
after
am
all.
tripping balls.
Why did Mr. Latouse have to be shot?
One moment, Lemiror.
Yes?
What was that you just said? Why did Mr. Latouse have to be shot?
Yes?
She was hiding something, I knew it. Lemiror, I'm afraid you haven't realized it, but your words just now contradict your testimony.
Eh? How could that be?
Take this! Is it the autopsy report? Or, no, wait. Or is it the diagram saying he was behind the wall? It's the fact that she knew he was shot.
No, it's this. Because she wouldn't know he was shot, because nobody told her.
Yeah, that's a good one, yeah.
Take that!
Tell me, Lemiror, how did you know he had been shot?
Eh? Well,
Immediately following the incident, a gag order was placed on the scene. This is the document proving that. In your testimony, you told the court, "No one told me anything about the incident." Furthermore, you testify that you had seen nothing. Yet you knew that Mr. Toulouse had been shot.
Latouche, not Toulouse.
Mr. Lelouch. Mr. Tatous. How could you have known?
York!
Are you a fucking fuzzy?
New York!
New York!
Ah, the drug trip is over.
Lemiror, how was your trip? You aren't hiding something from this court, I hope. That sweet song of hers was sounding a little too sweet.
Now I remember.
Of course.
Yeah, of course, that's what they all say. Ah, now I remember.
Please, allow me to add to my testimony.
Of course. All we want to know is the truth.
That's kind of
And that's the thing, Gavin is confident But once he smells a rat, he goes after it just as hard as Apollo does.
Yeah, I just... Yeah, I guess. I kind of wish that he was, like... He had a bit of development already. Or like... He had a bit of development instead of being like that already, rather.
She saw something. I know it. Even the victim said so. I saw bullet holes in the wall and knew Mr. Latouche had been shot. Press.
Hang on. No, you fucking didn't!
Correct, the door opens that way.
Objection!
Lemire, you're still full of shit. And lies are hardly becoming of such a creature. Put down worthy of our prosecutor, Mr. Justice.
Such put-downs are hardly becoming of you, Apollo.
Silence.
Stop polishing your forehead and start polishing your character! James.
Oh, come on, can't I be cool for once?
No.
Observe the diagram. Let me get out my laser pointer. Lemire, you looked in from the door for just a moment. Correct.
Yes, that is so.
There were bullet holes in the room. Yes. But they were in the wall the door is on.
Eh?
You see, assuming you merely glanced into the room, you couldn't have seen those bullet holes.
York! New York!
Lemire,
Yes?
I'm afraid the defense has raised a good point. Appears you have been holding back something.
And I must tell you what it is that I saw.
Or go to jail. The happenings of this trial are being recorded. I'm certain it will be on the news in Virginia. You understand your reputation is at stake. It falls to you to avoid tarnishing it.
Personally speaking, I still believe that cross-examining her will yield us absolutely nothing.
But she knew how Mr. Latouche died. And he named her as a witness. You must have seen something, Lemire. Very well. Lemire, please continue your testimony.
Very well, I shall.
Okay, finally a new testimony. What I saw, too.
But I saw two!
I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. There was something like a little window there. That's how I saw it. There were two shots. I couldn't do anything to stop it. But it wasn't Maki. It was a grown person. I know it was.
Okay, cool. Case closed. So you did witness the crime.
Why was she so insistent on not saying this before?
It was Prosecutor Gavin. It was Apollo Justice. The killer was a grown person, you say?
Archie, this is my first time hearing this, I assure you. Nice play, Herbert Forehead.
Well, Mr. Justice, you may begin your cross-examination.
Great going, Apollo. You were right about Lemire. What's wrong? You don't look too happy.
This whole thing fells mishy.
This whole thing fell smishy.
That's what's wrong.
Eh?
It was too easy.
Hold it!
But were you? So you were heading towards the dressing room.
Yes.
And what were you going to do there?
Change my pants.
Okay, then. So this is a little before she opened the door and dropped the brooch. About the same time Emma and I heard those shots.
I was
Saw
on my way
from
back.
the window, which are two opposite things.
I was on my way back.
Hold it!
What exactly is something like a little window?
Yes, well, window is the best word I know in English. I think this is how it is said, yes.
You need not worry, Le Miroir. Your choice of words is impeccable. There was a small window in the dressing room in question. Perhaps the defense remembers this detail.
Little window on the wall. Who is the murderer of them all?
It was
Looks like
Mustard Magician!
she's a portrait.
I saw the crime from there.
Hold it!
You are certain you heard 2 shots fired?
Yes, quite certain. I was on my way to the backstage exit. This was when I heard a faint sound, like a gunshot. Wondering what it had been, I peered through the window. That is when I heard the second gunshot, much closer.
And there were 2 bullet holes in the scene. No contradictions so far.
It all happened on the other side of that window. There was nothing I could do.
Hold it!
It wasn't Maki who shot. Are you sure?
Yes, quite certain.
Ha ha ha! It amuses me that you would question her testimony. It is testimony in your favor. Isn't it my job to object?
Yeah, Paulo, what were you thinking?
Trucy, let's just listen to what Ramiro has to say. So can you tell me how you were so sure?
Yes, of course. You see,
Hold it!
A grown person. That's a little vague.
I am sorry. My skill with your language is lacking, I know.
Certainly you could at least see whether or not the shooter was male or female.
It was a man. A young man.
And you're sure of that?
Yes, his voice was quite clear.
Voice. Looking at this diagram, it seems the dressing room was quite cluttered. Does seem likely that you wouldn't have had a clear view of the shooter.
As a singer, I rely more on my ears than my eyes. When I hear a voice, I do not forget it. That voice was the voice of a man.
So you heard a voice. But wait. Couldn't that have been the victim, Mr. Latouche?
Absolutely not. Did I not just say that I do not forget a voice? If it was Mr. Latouche who spoke, I would have known.
Indeed. So you were at the window and you heard the shooter's voice, the voice of a young man.
Apollo, this is a good testimony. That proves it wasn't Maki. Machi, whatever.
Apollo is sus. Indeed. If this turns out to be true, it would cast this case in a considerably different light. What is the defense's opinion of this testimony? What about the brooch, though? Did you peek in afterward? I think this might be one of those ones where we had to accept it, and then a detail goes out, and then we go, fuck! And then we have to start defending that.
Rhino?
I'm not sure, though.
How would she have heard him?
Oh. Is that good enough to say the speaker, though? Though it pains me to say this, there's something about Lemiroir's testimony that rings false.
Bravo, Herbert Forehead. You're colder than I thought.
And I'm sure you remember what the problem is as well as I do, Gavin.
Yeah, he would have pointed it out if we didn't.
As has been established, No grown man could pass through that air vent. He couldn't have fled the scene of the crime.
You know that
There's also that, I guess. Yeah, so.
But that means Lemirar has to be lying.
I know. I know it's bad for our case, but I can't shut my eyes to this. Believe me, the idea was tempting.
It is as Herbert Forehead says. Yet, this is not the only contradiction within her testimony.
Ah, this is the other thing. What's next? What are you talking about?
Lemirar, I understand why you would want to protect Maki. Yet remember, you are the siren of the ballad. And lies do not become such a creature.
What does the prosecution mean?
Apollo, what's he talking about?
How come no one bats an eye when he says stuff like that?
I recall the state of the crime scene quite well.
State of the room.
Yes, and when the murder took place, that window was closed. I find it hard to believe you could hear a voice through it.
Okay, then. Rhino, we were right for the wrong reasons, and I'll take it. I still think I had a good point. It's just there were other points instead.
What? But I'm sure.
Lemirar, I have nothing but the highest regard for your musical sense. But my opinion of you as a witness is somewhat lesser.
Objection!
But she's the only eyewitness we have.
Objection!
So you say, and the victim named her, the siren, as the witness.
That's right, that's what Mr. Latouche...
We heard your claim. We even entertained the possibility. And it brought us to this. Herbert Judge,
Yes?
the prosecution requests that the witness be excused. Please.
Well, he did say please. I'm afraid I must honor the prosecution's request. There is indeed a question of the witness's credibility. If Lemirar can't testify,
We don't have a chance of proving Maki's innocence.
this cross-examination is over. Prosecutor Gavin, you may continue making your case.
Daniel, now where were we?
Thought you were going to say Donkey Kong.
Ah, yes. I would like to hear from Franklin Detective again.
Objection!
Wait, let me hear Lemirar's testimony one last time. The cross-examination is already over. Till such a time as a need arises. This witness may leave the stand.
I'm sorry I could not be of more assistance.
At last, back to the real trial. Ready, Herbert Forehead?
I didn't just miss my only chance.
Franklin Detective, how far had we gotten until we were so rudely interrupted?
Don't ask me.
I dislike saying the same thing twice, and I never repeat a song for an encore.
That's what an encore's for, though.
I think he's saying he never does encores.
You would, Miss Sky. I believe I was saying that the only way Mr. Latouche's killer could have escaped was through that air vent on the ceiling. Ah, yes, there was only one door in the room. And a witness, you, was standing in front of it. The air vent isn't very big, see? Kind of limits the people who could possibly get through. Certainly would have had a difficult time. You sure would, not that you would have been there in the first place, though. Remember, the whole backstage area was off limits to people not involved with the concert. The only one who meets the conditions for our killer is the defendant.
A virtuoso performance. I couldn't have put it better myself.
She does state a clear case. Though, reading the report, something caught my eye.
Oh, what's that?
The circumstances of the defendant's arrest. The circumstances, again.
Hey, that's right, Apollo. Remember when we found Maki? That was bizarre. Yeah, I was wondering when this was gonna.
Pose.
I was wondering when this was gonna come up.
She's right. Why did Mr. Latus's body disappear from the room? End up on top of that stage tower. Holding a guitar, no less.
A perceptive observation.
Whoa, what the fuck just happened there?
A perceptive observation. A perceptive observation, Herbert Judge.
Oh, thanks. It was kind of an accident, really. Are you working this job long enough? You get a nose for things.
Judge sure seems pleased with himself.
Very good, Frank the detective. Perhaps you could tie it all together for us. Why was the body moved? And how does that lead us to the killer?
I don't know.
Fuck!
I believe Maki stole the body because of some lyrics. He moved the body to match the Mirror War's song. No one in this country had a motive to kill the victim. And Maki practically left his signature at the scene. All this evidence clearly points to the defendant. The Mirror War's song?
Yes, the guitar Serenade. You noticed its code too, did you not?
Its code?
All the events that day followed the lyrics to our song. First, the keys my heart held onto so tightly were stolen. Then
Then Prosecutor Gowan's guitar burst into flames on stage. Mr. Latus's life was taken by a bullet.
The rest hardly needs explanation. Guitar, guitar, up together to the sky.
That's mad. It's like a story out of some fairy tale. Is Emma wearing fucking heels?
Maybe.
I admit I'd forgotten about the song. There it is now, waiting for me, the grand finale, as it were.
Hey, you know I was the one who first noticed that.
I've heard of jumping rope to songs and counting to songs. But killing?
It's a wild world out there, Herbert Judge.
Very well. We've heard one song and dance, let's get on to the next, the cross-examination. Not so sure I'm going to be doing much singing. How did he move the body?
I was more, hang on. I'm more curious about what she means by his signature.
I assume she means his fingerprints on the vent, but let's see. What do you mean by his signature? The bullet holes in the wall, of course. What do you mean? The revolver was fired twice. One shot missed, led the hole in the wall. And that means what exactly? The dressing room isn't exactly spacious. Picture the shooter facing off with a victim in there. It can't have been more than 5 feet apart. It would be difficult, almost impossible to miss at that range. Difficult to miss, you say? Very. Assuming the shooter could properly aim. You can't be serious.
Maki, he can't see. That's why he missed?
It's the only explanation that makes sense. He used sound and other senses to fire the gun. How? Poorly. It was blaringly loud in there.
That reminds me, the monitor in that room was blaring at the time. James. Hardly ideal conditions for tracking by sound.
A blind shooter. No wonder he missed. I knew those bullet holes would come back to haunt me. Think, Justice. What do I do now?
I mean, we got it, right?
I guess. Sure, there are bullet holes left in the wall. That doesn't prove the shooter couldn't see.
Oh, how so?
Well, it could have been a struggle. Well, that's certainly possible. And it might have been the revolver's fault. Revolver? The revolver was a very large caliber, correct? If the shooter wasn't used to firing such a large weapon, I could have dislocated the shoulder. Exactly. Defendant Maki Tabai is, as you can see, tiny. It's not so hard to picture him firing the gun and missing entirely. The kickback alone would throw off his aim. How does that disprove that he did it? A convincing argument, to be sure. Apollo, take that, smug prosecution.
Apollo?
What?
That bit about Maki being tiny and the gun throwing off his aim, aren't you kind of, admitting that he did it?
Oh.
It does not matter why he missed. What matters is that the shooter was, without a doubt, the defendant. Even the defense seems to agree on that point.
Yeah, I put my foot in it this time.
But let's get the facts of the matter on the record. If you would, Frank the detective.
Alright, well, the witness will add this to her testimony. I think instead of focusing on, like, if the defendant shot, he would miss, he would have been like, if anyone untrained shot, they could miss. The same crime scene, Maki, let's see. Go ahead and press it again, I think. You can't say he was blind just because of those bullet holes in the wall. I think I've proven that. I wouldn't call it proof, per se. Huh?
You've merely raised a possibility.
Well, when you raise a possibility, I have to provide evidence against it.
Bullshit. Frank the detective has made a most logical conjecture based upon the evidence. Of course, there is more evidence than just bullet holes. The defendant was the only one who could have escaped through the air vent.
But wait, if he was blind, how would he know about the air vent in the first place?
Ah, a very good point. Well, Frank the detective, if you would care to explain.
Certainly seems sure of himself. Recall the crime scene, if you would. There was a stepladder below the air vent. I mean, did you... Let me...
What? What'd he do?
Hold on, I think he ate something he shouldn't have.
Oh,
One
okay.
second.
Alright. Read it again, I lost the plot.
As it happens, maintenance was scheduled for that day. Custodial staff went around checking all the air vents. I don't believe it. Everyone backstage was told about the maintenance, including Maki Tabai. We would have known there would be a way out at the top of the stepladder. But why is this the first time I'm hearing about this?
You could have figured it out for yourself. You only needed to consider what that stepladder was doing there.
Looks like the defense's objection has been squished by stepladder.
Well, Herbert Forehead, out of ammunition, perhaps.
Never seen Prosecutor Gavin so aggressive. Maybe he's caught the scent of blood.
Apollo, don't you have something? Anything? You know what we need? We need something to prove the killer could see. That'll put him in his place.
Proving the shooter was sighted would do it. That would take down one of their central points. Do I have any evidence that can prove that?
I don't think we do.
Yeah, I can't think of it.
Wait a second! She's saying this in English and he doesn't speak English. How would he have known about it? How would he have known what the lyrics are?
That's a fair point. Not sure when we'll be able to bring it up.
It's probably not the thing for here, but yeah. The fact that it says no need, I wonder if this is a trick. What do you think, Rhino? I don't really know what we would do here.
I don't know what to present. No.
Hang on. Wait! Wait. Why would he use the vent if he could have just walked out the door because he didn't see anyone outside? I'm grasping, okay?
I mean, no one would know there's someone outside. Whether you could see or not. Unless we're saying they ran because, like, they saw Lemire War in the tiny window.
Hang on. If the bullet holes are on the left there, that means the shooter would have to have been on the right side. They would have had to go through this
against the wall.
They would have had to go through the room, shoot, and then go back through.
Admittedly, it was their dressing room, so he might have had time to memorize what stuff is.
Yeah, but everything was scattered because of a struggle or something, remember?
It was cluttered.
I'm gonna try it, and if they take us back to this screen, I'm just gonna hit no need.
Fine, I accept the prosecution's challenge.
As I knew you would, Herbert Forehead.
What exactly am I up against here? Prosecution is saying the shooter missed because they couldn't see. Therefore, Maki, who's blind, did it. Defense will please present their evidence. Evidence that overturns the prosecution's claim that the shooter couldn't see.
Now, is there anything on this? No.
Not as far as I know. Oh, wait a minute. Wait. They smeared the written blood. So they would have known he wrote something and went to smear it.
Oh. I'm gonna try it. I think that's better than what I was thinking of.
Take that!
This is that evidence.
Oh.
Photograph of the crime scene. I don't care much for the smirk on Prosecutor Gavin's face. But this is no time to think twice. Time to press on. Yes, Your Honor, the crime scene. There's something in here that decisively contradicts the prosecution's point.
Then perhaps you'd best show us this something. Get your finger out of the breeze and put it to good use, James!
Very well, show us what you're talking about, Mr. Justice. Contradiction to see the crime is... this one, where he wrote Tie Road for some reason. Contradiction is right here. Smeared bloodstains. I thought it was just my blurry vision. It really was blurry. The way the victim's hand is raised above his head. Much like a gesture I have seen many times in this court. It's almost as if he wrote something.
Aha! I get it! At least I think I get it. That was me.
Get what, Franklin?
When Mr. Latouche was shot, he tried to write something. And what would he write with the shooter's name? And what would he write it in but his own blood? Pretty good, huh?
Thanks for making my point for me. Yes, in fact, that's what I think happened here. That does seem to be a distinct possibility. The victim wrote the killer's name. It's certainly a logical conclusion.
Drat, I just wish it wasn't all rubbed out like that.
Of course it's rubbed out. Why, if I were a killer, I certainly wouldn't want to leave my own name behind.
Neither would I.
No one has anything else to say? About what? So the prosecution accepts this. You agree this was the victim making an attempt to record the name of the killer. And that the killer tried to rub the name out. What's your point? What's my point? Let me ask you this. How did the killer know the victim was writing their name? Well, Mr. Latouche was writing something in blood. Once the killer saw what it was... Wait. Once he saw what it was. But what did you just testify about the shooter? I said they were blind. Oh boy. Yet the crime scene itself contradicts that.
Good job noticing that, Rhino. I was grasping at straws. I didn't even think of that.
Woo!
Jeez.
The killer had to have been able to see. Why would they rub out the name in blood otherwise? May I remind the court that the defendant, Maki Tabai, is blind. He couldn't have been the shooter. Impossible. She is wearing heels. Order! Order!
I want
Prosecutor
Maki
Gavin,
rules.
please explain to me what this all means. I mean, looking at this photograph, it seems quite clear that the shooter could see. And up until now.
It seems I owe the court an apology.
Huh?
What bullshit are you pulling out now?
The Gaviners are a band with law enforcement ties, yet a murder occurred. During our concert, apparently this caused some confusion over jurisdiction. As a result, some reports were not filed in an entirely timely manner. Of course.
I'm not sure I like the vibe I'm getting here.
Hey, Apollo, look at him. Am I supposed
I
to-
have updated the autopsy report.
Yeah.
Why is Prosecutor Gavin all relaxed and smiling like that? Like he knows something we don't. And he's about to tell us.
I've got an idea!
Every time he chuckles like that, I expect him to lean back and go, like a super villain laugh.
Let's rock! With these documents! But before that, I have a question for the Franklin detective, if I may.
What?
Tell me, why do you think that Maki Tabai is blind?
Because you told me? What did he say? Oh my god, is it just gonna be that he's legally blind and not totally blind?
As somebody who is not even officially legally blind, if I don't have my glasses on, I wouldn't even be. I think I would be worse at telling that someone was writing there than someone who's actually blind. I would not be able to see the body, let alone see it writing anything.
Bang! You. Did I get you? Oh yeah, I'm dead.
Hey, are you writing anything on the ground? No. Seems legit.
What are you saying? Of course he's blind.
Of course.
He's the blind pianist, right? So Doesn't the Bureau lead him around by the hand all the time? No way. This is more publicity bullshit.
I have a report here on the defendant, Maki Tabai. According to this, Maki Tabai can see perfectly well.
Oh, of course.
Okay, I just want to say something real quick. He was like, oh, I suppose I didn't get this information out in time. Dude was going this entire time like, he's blind. Dude is just being an asshole. I don't like him. I'm fucking sick of him already.
And it's like, the entire thing is that he's blind. That's why he missed. No, you can see fine. Why did he miss? As you said earlier, his hair forehead. He's tiny. Fuck.
I don't like him. I feel like I was decently fine with him last case because it was a refreshing breath. It was a breath of fresh air. But now, no, he's just an asshole like the other prosecutors. But he's an asshole enough to be annoying, but helps you enough that you can't fault him for being annoying. And I don't like characters like that.
Yeah. What?
I don't like characters where it's like they're an asshole, but they're right, so we have to ignore the fact that they're an asshole.
His blindness was merely a publicity ploy by those clever Borginians. He can see quite well.
But you said...
What did I say exactly? Herbert Forehead, not once in the course of this trial have I claimed the defendant was bull fucking shit. No. I don't care what you're saying now. There is no way this entire trial went by and at no point did he not agree the shooter was blind or the defendant was blind or whatever. He had to have.
I think he was letting Emma just say that repeatedly.
He was definitely agreeing, though, that about the shooter being blind.
The only one who did was Frank the detective.
Bullshit.
What?
A significant fact, yes. Consider, Maki Tabai sees. And he was the only one who could have fled through the air vent. I see no problems with this.
But what about the bullet holes in the wall?
Yes, the bullet holes.
Of course.
I knew it. I knew he was going to pull our own words back at us.
I believe Herbert Forehead neatly explained those for us. He didn't miss because he couldn't see. It was the kickback from the 45 caliber revolver. A simple accident, in other words. How's that? I'm afraid your objection has just flown off for brighter skies. This is where the real fun begins, Herbert Forehead.
Yeah.
I don't know if those qualify as heels so much as they are just shoes that have a slightly elevated thing. I've seen, like, pumps or whatever.
I didn't say high heels, I just said heels.
Everyone has heels, Rhino.
I knew you didn't have what it took.
You jerk. Just what was I in here for? Comic relief?
Yeah, apologize!
Oh, sorry.
That's no way to apologize!
He's angered the Trucy now. Look out. If we could please end the bickering. Now.
No, I'm not done being a bitch yet!
Whatever. I'm not leaving. I can't leave like this. I'll come up with some clue to solving this case if it kills me. Your testimony's already given us enough to convict the defendant. Don't say that. Aha. Aha, what? This blood stain. The criminal tried to wipe it off, right? So it would have been on his hand whenever he went up the air vent, but it wasn't on there?
But he used a cloth or a sleeve or blah 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 blah.
He was wearing a white outfit.
Blah 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 blah.
K-pop.
What?
It's the thing to throw off a rock and roll artist, K-pop. That seems to be what happened, yes. We might be able to find out what was really written there.
That also, yeah.
Oh, Oh, okay. You can do that? That's right. With this. Sprays prosecutor Gavin in the face. Oh, my eyes! Everybody run! It's called luminol. Yeah, it's the thing that makes blood show up. If you know of it, it's chemically reacts to blood.
Ah, yes. Have we done those tests yet?
As if I'm going to tell you.
The blood stains covered a section of the carpet. In order to perform blood tests, that section was removed and submitted. Perhaps we should request it here in court now.
Right, go for it, Apollo. Why might I have to do it? You just have to spray the luminol on it. Simple. Why can't you? I can't reach, okay? They put it in the middle. I'm way over here. Chemical that reacts to blood. I've heard of this somewhere. Yes, I believe an analysis is called for. Have at it. And for a second there, I thought it said Snackoo'd.
Aha! Emma was the killer!
Alright, ready? Easy as pie. Just press A to spray. Give it a tray. The eyes of the entire court are focused on me.
Apollo, your hand's shaking!
Let's do this. The hell? IPYX314206?
Hang on.
Oh wait, or is that upside down and it's the Borginian language?
That's what I'm trying, that's what I'm gonna try to do. Hang on. Apologies for how game capture is about to look, viewers, but, just, let me, transform,
I mean, they'll probably do it for us.
gauze. Oh. No, definitely not.
Is it not Borginian?
It might be Borginian, but it's definitely not English.
Alright. Wow, it really works.
This must be the power of science!
It says IPXX314206. Is that the killer's name? Maybe it is, if the killer was a robot.
Aha! I have it!
So what is it? Is it upside down Borginian?
I thought those letters IPXX looked familiar. This is an Interpol ID number!
Oh. Interpol? You mean the International Police Agency?
Yes, most are undercover agents working to solve international crimes. But why would he write that number?
Why would Mr. Latouche even know a number like that?
Good show, Frank the Detective! Rock on! Your Honor, we can verify this number immediately. I didn't call you Herbert Judge for a change. Darian, are you there? Come up to the witness stand.
Darian, come on down.
You're the next contestant on The Price is Murder. Darian, you heard what we need. Go check into this Interpol ID number. Sure thing. Give me 30 minutes. Nah, give me 27. Okay.
I'm not sure what to think of all this. Prosecutor's case is airtight, or so it seems. Yet if this number is really that of an Interpol agent. Oh, wait, I know. What if Monkey Dubai is really an undercover Interpol agent?
That would be a possibility.
Possibility, yes. And one that would mark him as the killer for certain. Why did Latouche know an Interpol ID number? That's what I want to know.
Well, we have some time while we await Darian's report. Let's work on unraveling another mystery, shall we? A curious mystery concerning Maki Dubai.
What are you talking about now?
Frankly, Detective, please accept my apologies. I received word that the defendant could, in fact, see just before the trial began. It seemed too much of a bother to tell you.
You had me up until that last bit.
Does this not raise a rather straightforward question?
Well, sure. Why did Maki pretend he couldn't see?
Exactly! It makes little sense. What do you think, Herbert Forehead?
Me?
Maki Tabai pretended he was blind. Do you know why?
How could he know?
Wait, Prosecutor Gavin knows why, doesn't he?
It's known from the start of the trial. He's been leading us on the whole time.
Something wrong? Do you think perhaps this is all some kind of game? Know that the moment I heard that report, I knew why.
I suppose people who have sold over 1 million records really are something else. What does that have to do with anything?
There was a reason why Maki Tabai pretended to be blind. But it wasn't for his own sake. Getting the picture now?
Wasn't for himself. Well, Mr. Justice, can you present evidence that shows us why the defendant had to fade blindness? Sightseeing music.
That's the only thing I can think of, yeah.
Maki had no reason to pretend he couldn't see. Which means... no, it couldn't be.
Good show, Herbert Forehead. It seems you've thought of something.
Why can't I figure these things out on my own? I hate having to take my cues from this guy. Alright, well, look at this. This is why he was pretending he couldn't see. That is the Mirror War. The Mirror War and Maki Tabai. Recall the relationship. In particular, their unique arrangement over the years before visiting our country. The Mirror War and her pianist. They would always... Me reading it didn't go through, did it?
No, I don't think it did.
Okay. They would always walk together, she leading him by the hand. It was literally just PR nonsense. Even when they got on stage, she would lead him to the piano. She would walk all the way over there with him. That's right, because he was blind. She led him at all times, never letting him go. All times, Yet, we have just learned something that makes their arrangement peculiar indeed. Maki could see. Why did they have to keep up this act the whole time? Well, wasn't it part of their performance? Unless he was actually her child or something. I think there's a simpler explanation. Maki did not need to be led by the hand at all. That can only mean one thing.
Wait! No!
Is she blind? Wait a minute. What?
No fucking
What?
way! Her eyes are kind of dull.
I mean, not in a really noticeable way.
But no fucking way!
This would explain why she mentioned bullet holes, but didn't know where they were. Mentioned hearing instead of... mentioned she relies on her ears more than her eyes.
Holy fuck!
That... again, I will say, PR nonsense. Interesting twist, though.
Yeah?
Really, it was all the other way around. The one who needed to be led by the hand was the Mirror War. What's this? So you mean to say that Mirror War is she's Yes, Your Honor. The mirror is blind. What the... What? Order! This crazy prosecutor, Gavin.
Is it now?
Please shed some sanity on this madness. Defense has made an outrageous claim.
The only thing outrageous I see about the defense is his vast forehead. Yet I see it is not
Feels
vast
like
in
no
vain.
other ammo to you.
This time, yeah, that's another thing I'm annoyed about. It's the only thing he ever goes on about. Like, forehead, forehead, forehead. Oh my god, dude. If your insults have as much original material as your songs, then you should not be selling any records.
He's quite correct.
Well, that makes no sense. Yeah, wasn't she supposed to be the landscape painter in sound or something?
Well, since we have her here, why not ask the mirror herself? I believe she is still in the witness waiting room.
You know what, Max?
What?
This does explain why he wrote the lyrics and she just did the melody. Because she can't freaking tell what's around her. She has to be told.
But she sang the lyrics. I guess.
Yeah,
I guess
he
ways
went
for that.
over it with her.
Yeah, I guess there's ways for that, but like, Apollo, what does this mean for our case?
I have no idea. And you'd imagined it until now. Bailiff, bring in the mirror. Stop.
Alright, I thought that we would get like a transition out at some point. Should we end here since we switched witnesses?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I don't know when we're going to get a stopping point.
Alright.
This has been a trip so far.
Yeah,
and irritating.
I did not expect fucking that. Also, wait.
Yeah, this twist I like. The fact that he knew from the beginning annoys me.
Well, he didn't know from the beginning. He only just learned, well, from the beginning
of the trial.
Yeah. Okay, sorry, I'm gonna keep going back to this. Freaking, when the guy was dying, he said, like, can't see, and then he named the siren. Maybe that was also part of it?
I think I'd still think she's the killer.
I don't know if she's the killer.
Unless the killer is someone we have not seen in this case so far. In which case, how would I know that? It could be Mustard Magician.
It could be Mustard Magician. I have a bit of a theory.
Is it that the other band member, the only other person in this case, is the killer?
It could be, because, like, here's the thing. Here's the thing, like, he's the one that got sent off to, like, review the number. If that's his number, he can say whatever the fuck he wants when he gets back.
Yep. I don't know. I'm not quite sure where this is going. And that's interesting.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on, but I know one thing and one thing specifically. I don't like Clavier.
Is he better or worse than the other prosecutor, Gavin?
Well,
I guess the other one was attorney Gavin.
Worse? Because at least the other one we got to take down at the end. This guy is just gonna be like, I'm an asshole, but I'm a good guy, so you can't do anything.
Yeah.
Yeah! Alright, anyway. So tomorrow is... Let me pull up the thing real quick. tomorrow is nothing. Day off tomorrow. Wednesday, we're continuing with modded Stardew Valley. Thursday, we're continuing with this. And then Friday, we're starting Pokemon Evolved, which is basically just Pokemon Fire Red, but all Pokemon now have a 5-stage evolution line or something.
Yeah, it's like every evolution line has like at least 2 evolutions added to it.
And Pokemon that don't normally evolve now evolve.
Correct, including legendaries.
Honestly, a fresh breath of air since the fandom seems to worship the ground he stands on. It's a breath of fresh air for me to not like Clavier. Yeah, I don't like characters that are... if a character is an asshole, I want them to get comeuppance for being an asshole. If they're an asshole but they're a good guy, thus making them immune, then it's not fun.
Yeah, I like Emma calling him out on his bullshit.
Yeah,
she's like, damn it, I am not a joke.
Like the previous, the evil prosecutors, well, I guess the only really evil prosecutor was Manfred von Karma, which he got arrested. Franziska was an asshole and she got humbled badly. Edgeworth was an asshole, he got humbled and went through development. Godot was an asshole, but not as much as Clavier, and also he did face comeuppance in that he was ousted as a murderer, and he had been organizing everything that happened to lead up to his own capture, essentially.
And Winston Payne routinely loses.
Yeah. Unless Clavier ends up going down the road of Godot, where in the last case he is like, I'm actually evil, and then he gets arrested, which I don't know if that would happen. Unless that happens, he's just getting out of being an asshole scot-free, and I don't like him. I don't like him.
Well, maybe something personal will happen and it'll humble him.
I hope so. Anyway, yeah, that's gonna end that off. Oh boy, man, the twists keep coming and they don't stop coming.
Yep.
He's blind. He's not actually blind. But she is. All right.
Okay, I got it.
Yeah, farewell, everyone. See you later.